Hello? Hello? Eh, Hello? Hello? Hello?
hello, hello, mic check, hello, 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 mic check, mic check, one, two, three, mic check, one, two, three, four,
Hello, 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 hello. Hello. Yeah, I am audible. Yeah, please sit. I request all of you to please take the seats. Yeah. Good morning to all of you. Good morning to all of you. Yeah. May I first request Dr. Ashish Vele to occupy the dais? Now I request Dr. Mukund Gujar to occupy the dais, and I request Dr. Lele to hand over your bouquet. Yeah. Uh, Dear distinguished guests from academia and industry, and Dr. Lele and colleagues from NCL, and colleagues from MQ, good morning to all of you. First, on behalf of all of us, I would like to extend the warm 70th birthday wishes to Dr. Mukund Gujar. Indeed, actually, it's a uh, uh, I'm really privileged to invite many of the distinguished alumni of the Division of Organic Chemistry of NCL. Because if you see here, and especially Padma Bhushan Dr. Ramarao, who was the head of the Organic Chemistry Division about 5 decades back. Then we have Dr. Gujar, 90th to 2000, those 2 decades. Then Dr. Ganesh Pandey, Dr. Chavan, Dr. Agade, and Dr. Pradeep Kumar. Sorry, I changed the sequence. Yeah. And also it's a great opportunity for me to express actually my gratitude to Dr. Gujar, who brought me to NCL and who encouraged, who motivated to do really wonderful science with total synthesis. And with these few words, actually now I'd like to invite Dr. Ashish to say the opening remarks.
Thank you, Ramana. Dr. Mukund Gurjar, Padma Bhushan, Dr. Ramarao, Dr. Ganesh Pandey, and many distinguished members in the auditorium, online, and my dear friends. Very good morning and a very, very warm welcome to all of you today for this very special event where we are felicitating Dr. Mukund Gurjar, who is a dear colleague of NCL and CSIR and truly a pioneer, a maverick, and a highly respected scientist technologist of our generation. It's my great pleasure to wish Dr. Mukund Gurjar a very happy birthday, 70th happy birthday. Dr. Gurjar started his journey in NCL in 1980, moved to IICT in 1985, couldn't stay away from NCL for too long, and so rejoined NCL in 1998 as the head of the Organic Chemistry Division, where he continued till 2007 prior to leaving to join MQR Pharmaceuticals. Now, Dr. Gurjar, as we all know, belongs to a really rare class of researchers who not only gives equal and unbiased importance to both academic excellence and technological innovation, but also synergizes them in a seamless fusion that creates new knowledge, wealth, and social benefits. This is a value that we cherish at NCL. His research on total synthesis of natural products is widely acclaimed as outstanding both in terms of originality and applicability combined with simplicity, which is indeed a rare feat to achieve. His work, including remarkable approaches like the chiron approach and the chiral switch in APIs, or the noble reactions in asymmetric epoxidation or ring closing metathesis, to just name a few, have not only resulted in a large number of publications, patents, and global academic recognitions, such as being nominated as member of several editorial boards of important journals, but has also led to successful technology transfers to industry and invitations to join the board of directors of various leading Indian pharma industries. We at NCL are particularly grateful to Dr. Gurjar for making this laboratory a go-to destination for Indian and international pharma industries to initiate new R&D collaborations. In those heydays, the organic chemistry division was buzzing with collaborative research programs with Sun Pharma, Ranbaxy, Cipla, Cadila, Zydis, Glenmark, Dabur, Epix, Bayer, and so many that we all know. And under his very dynamic leadership, the organic chemistry division was working to develop many new processes or provide novel chemical entities in many areas such as AIDS treatment, cardiovascular diseases, anti-tuber compounds, immunosuppressants, anti-cancer compounds, and so many others. So it is not surprising that Dr. Gurjar is considered as one of the very few organic chemists from India who rank among the most cited scientists globally. It is also not surprising that Dr. Gurjar has been a fountain of inspiration for many of his contemporary and younger colleagues at NCL and outside. As a scientist outside, working outside the organic chemistry division, I have the personal recollection of walking through the organic chemistry division corridors and see labs buzzing with students and scientists meeting industry collaborators in conference rooms, and particularly Dr. Gurjar with his lab coat on and lab glasses on, walking with an authority that you could see and feel in the corridors of the organic chemistry division. It is therefore truly an honor and an expression of our love and gratitude that we have gathered today to felicitate Dr. Mukund Gurjar on his 70th birthday. And once again, on behalf of CSIR-NCL, I welcome all of you to this wonderful event. And I'm particularly grateful to his distinguished mentors, colleagues, and former students who all agreed to grace this occasion on our invitation. Thank you so much.
So now I request Dr. Ashish and Dr. Vijay to take the seats in the next slide. Okay. May I request Dr. Mashke to take the proceedings of the scientific session?
So, very good morning to all of you. So, first of all, I would like to say very happy birthday to Gurjar sir, and I wish him great days ahead. So, today we have very rich scientific sessions. So, we have three talks. First by Dr. Ramarao, the second one by Dr. Ganesh Pandey, and the third one is from Dr. Khota. So the first keynote talk lecture by Padma Bhushan Dr. Ramarao. For this session, may I request Professor Mahi, former Vice President, North Maharashtra University, to chair the session. Please.
Good morning, everybody. Dr. Ramrao, Dr. Lele, my friend, Dr. Mukund Gurjar, and all the distinguished scientists and my friends. Friends, I am feel really very happy that I got the opportunity to be associated with this function, which is organized to felicitate our friend, Dr. Gurjar, on occasion of his 70th birthday. I wish him a very happy 70th birthday and a very happy and prosperous and successful life in future. Friends, now we have a session which the lecture will be delivered by Dr. Ramrao, and my responsibility is to introduce Dr. Ramrao. Friends, I don't think it is necessary to introduce Dr. Ramrao in such audience, especially all are organic chemists and involved in active research. Dr. Ramrao is well known at national level because of his organic chemistry, organic synthesis, and especially drug chemistry. He has started in India, and therefore he is known since that time. Dr. Ramrao has spent till now maybe more than 60 years. He is having association with National Chemical Laboratory directly and indirectly. Because after his master's degree from UDCT, now ICT Mumbai, he joined Dr. Venkatraman's group as a research student long back in 1960, and he completed his PhD in 1965. And at that time, after completing his PhD, it was possible for him to have job somewhere else, but he continued his job as a scientist in National Chemical Laboratory, and he spent about 10 years, say till up to 1975. Then he went abroad for a postdoctoral fellow with Professor E.J. Corey. He spent there about 2 years. After coming back again, he joined NCL and continued till 1985. And after 1985, he became the director of RRL at that time. Now it is IICT Hyderabad. And during all his career, say as a research career, we have seen that he has developed very novel and simple methods for drug molecules also. And the drug molecules, it involves not only small molecules but the complex molecules also. And to look at the molecule, he had a different idea. For example, to visualize a molecule which is complex, then it becomes difficult for the student to remember the structure or to visualize or to plan the synthesis. But he has designed in such a way that north zone, south zone, and other ones, so that you can synthesize part wise and then you combine. So like that, he has synthesized several biologically active compounds, even macrolides and other ones also. So friend, with these activities as a research worker and research scientist, he had several distinctions to his credit, and again he has received large number of awards. The distinctions wise we say that he is a fellow of all the three national academic bodies of India and even abroad, third world country in other words. So therefore his recognition as a research work and administrator, it is well taken care of, and it is reflected in the honors also. If you go through the list of honors and award, gold medals, platinum gold medals and other things, that number is more than 25. So instead of going through the whole list, I would like to just mention the two awards which he has received at national level. One is Padma Shri in 1991 and Padma Bhushan in 2016. So friends, it's a really a good achievement. It's an honor for everybody. And therefore, he is respected at national level, not only at national level, but international level also. Because, see, it is difficult because when he started his research career, after 1965, at that time, there were not very good facilities. Facilities were available, but still that time to visualize the synthesis of biologically active compounds also having asymmetric centers. And it was difficult, but still he managed it and synthesized large amount of it, and therefore all his students, they are benefited through the. And again, after completing, because he was director at IICT Hyderabad from 85 to 95. So after 6th annuation, he has started his own laboratory three laboratories now. He is having two laboratories in Hyderabad, one in Visakhapatnam, and all these laboratories, productive-wise, they are doing really very well. He is the managing director of all these things. And friend, he is now, I think, 87, but still quite active and involved in all research activities. At the age of maybe after 80 or 85, people start grumbling how to remember. Oh, if somebody asks, okay, sir, do you remember me? Still he will remember. Otherwise, what happened? No, I am not very sure whether you are Patil or something like that, but still his memory is very sharp and still. Therefore, it is possible for him to keep himself busy and all these activities. Once again. So, friend, today he is delivering a lecture on biologically active molecules, collaboration with Mukund Gurjar and beyond. There also you will see now how simple way he will describe here the methods and synthesis so that it will be appreciable by all our young students. So friend, now I request Dr. Ramrao to deliver his lecture. Thank you.
Dr. Lele, Dr. Gurjar. I don't want to add because so many people whom I know here. I don't want to miss any name. That's why. Let me tell everyone good morning first. And also, I would like to wish, on behalf of my family, Dr. Gurjar, who was with me from 1982 till 82 to 95, and subsequently as a friend and a colleague. I don't think anybody other than, two of them, Yadav and Gurjar, and subsequently Deshmukh. The three have become the almost pillar of my research group. So what I am today, I keep on telling, I'm not great. It is others who made great, especially all the three of them. With these words, I decided to give a lecture when Ramana called me to give a title. I just 2-3 minutes I thought about what should I thought the best thing is to highlight some of the work Dr. Gurjar carried out in my group. It was his work, I can say. I was only a leader who creates more leaders. So that way he became a leader. So some of them I picked up, which is relevant, and then what I thought beyond. So just to show only two molecules, which made me what I am also. So with these things, let me start. Wishing him. I've written 3 of them. First time I mentioned I was the head of the organic chemistry, the director. And then third one, CMD of the Aurora laboratories, till 22nd myself. Because we disposed of the organization, particularly the production facility. So I'm not anymore the CMD of Aurora laboratories. So with these things, let us go to the next slide. Okay, better. So I'll be more free. Normally, I don't need a microphone. So don't worry, I'll stand and speak here. because particularly the audience are not that many. This was one of the major projects that I initiated after my return from Harvard. At that time, the world was working on what they call the anthracyclines. The main reason these compounds were supposed to be the best anti-tumors, and US FDA has approved in 1975. So before I came from Harvard, I decided when I returned I should take it up, the synthesis of these compounds. I mentioned shown here the gautomycin as well as adriamycin. Both of them are far better, but only one drawback. They are the cardiotoxic based on the dose. Now, naturally, people came up with what is called the D-methoxy. The nature doesn't build, and it is only by synthesis. So it was attracted my attention why we can't synthesize this compound. I'm not going into it. All the publications came out of this work. Now, when we started around 79 till 82, it was going on the glycone parts. I was also keen how to go about on the sugar part, which is the donors amine this part. Now, that was the time I got an application from Dr. Gulger, who had 2 PhDs and then had a postdoc in Canada. The only man worked on the sugars, carbohydrate chemistry. So he joined. I told him first thing is, let us start the work on the sugar part, because the other one was already done. Now, one thing, for every scientist, now I can tell at the age of 87, very important is curiosity. Curious because how to go about. He first did it from glucose. But then I told him the compound, which is the natural amino sugar, is the D-glucosamine. Why don't we start D-glucosamine and then convert back to the L-donors? Nobody will think this type of things. And that is where I told him 2 things. Why not we transfer the amino 2 position to 3 position, and then just remove the epimerize the C position carbon and then remove the deoxygenation. It's easy to tell, but to execute is not easy. That is what exactly it is. I'll not go into the details in the next one. Just I will showing you, by the by, I went to Pune market, brought the prawns, the top level, which is the heads are all thrown out. Glucosamine comes from the waste material. And then when I asked the one fisher lady, she thought I was buying prawns. I said, no, I want the rubbish, what you're throwing it. Then she looked at me, do you really want this garbage? She says. I said, yes. She was shocked. I said, I will give some money also. I said, I don't want money, you take the garbage. I said, it's not sufficient, you collect some more garbage. I said. That is the way we brought, washed it, and simply boiling with concentrated HCl, the glucosamine hydrochloride crystallizes. Incidentally, this is used even as a drug world over for the arthritis, although US FDA has not approved the drug. Now, the way we started from here, inverting to the female, and then opening, going to the once again, going CH2B or elimination, all these are straightforward reactions. So just only to give you a flavor, I don't want to take too long. The next one, having done that, I'm just moved to the what they call immunosuppressant after anti-cancer compounds. What happened is many times we read newspapers. The way I read is different from others. As a chemist, I look at any compound is found. Can you locate in the newspapers also? So one of the news items was in 1983 was from the Madras Assembly. The opposition leader questioned the chief minister was M.G. Ramachandran. He had been to United States and got the kidney transplantation there. Those days it was only US. So when we returned back, he was put on the cyclosporine A, not to reject the organ. That is
immune is actually immunosuppressors. So that one was costing around 50,000 rupees per annum per person. The question was from the, it's very funny, from the opposition leader, who was paying this 50,000? Is it the party or the government or himself? I was not bothered about all this. I immediately picked up what is cyclosporine. I was very curious. Entered the NCL library, opened the Merck index. I found what is called a cyclic peptide, having 11 amino acids. 10 of them are known, easily you can buy. The only one it is standing here is a short form is called methyl BMT. I'll not go into too much detail. And that was the most essential for the activity and not known much about synthesis. So I told Dr. Gurjar, why don't we look into the synthesis of methyl BMT? And then he just came out in the next one. On the right side, I gave always the publications which we went on that particular molecule. So the way we have sorted is actually this diene, which is this part is already he has done. I have not taken all the thing. From here, Sharpless epoxidation, and then reacting with methyl isocyanate, getting the mixture of the oxatoledones, and then partly you can just take sodium hydride and then make it what is desired compound by Jones oxidation, acid esterification, and then inverting to get the more stable trans isomer, and with hydrolysis we got the methyl BMT beautifully. And this is what exactly started the first time Sharpless epoxidations and chirality introduction. One is from the sugar to the other sugars, the other one is from this thing. That is the way we went through. The next one, the immunosuppressants we found subsequently, 2 of them were supposed to be equally good as cyclosporine A, but not introduced to the market. He just initiated both of them, and I'm not going into it. Both the things were completed the synthesis. Let me go to the next one. Now, one of the compounds, the FK506, I'm not showing here, is a 23-membered macrolide, which was 100 times more active than cyclosporine. We initiated the work immediately after cyclosporine A, and then we made the 2 fragments, what I call the upper and bottom, and both were hooked up by Merck by then already. So we left it at that stage. Because we started with the macrolides, I was continuing the work on macrolides. The 2 of them here, Dr. Gurjar initiated and completed beautifully. The first thing is 1 to 8 carbon. The study this carbon chain has been synthesized, and the peptide as well as the amino acid here. The whole thing has beautifully, because it will take me more time to go in detail. I'm omitting to that extent. In the next one, the biggest molecule you can see. In 91, when we were working on more and more bigger and bigger, I was becoming more and more ambitious. What is the biggest and not able to anybody able to solve? What is called vancomycin. What is great about vancomycin? Unless the compound is very active, I don't touch it at all. What is great about it, I mentioned here, in 1956, isolated by Eli Lilly. Actually, it was from the Indian soil they isolated. They carried from here, and the compound was isolated from the block of Streptomyces orientalis. What is more important, in 2 years' time, it was actually introduced in the medicine without knowing the structure. It is the only rare example. Unless the FDA, everything is known, they will never allow. It is an exception. The reason was, it is the only drug which was used for resistance to any type of antibiotic, whether it is penicillins and cephalosporins. If the person or the bacteria infection is not responding, then the answer lies with the vancomycin. That is the reason it was introduced in the medicine. It took another 23 years for this chemist to come out with the structure. That means that extent was the toughest compound ever known till then. The papers which are shown down, 10 papers were published. And see, one of them is a chemical review 1985. When we were actually almost at the breakthrough at the compound. Before that, David Evans at Harvard, he was struggling for the previous 15 years on the synthesis of this molecule. The other person was Dudley Williams from Cambridge. He was also working for 10 years. There were other schools. What I mean is, when I mentioned in the lab, nobody felt that will go anywhere nearby. This was the way, but I insisted we should work on it. What happened in 1984? I received a letter from Sir Derek Barton requesting me or suggesting me to write a review on any natural product of my interest because he was asked as a special editor for one of the issues on natural product synthesis. And I was the only Indian who was invited for that. So it was a great honor. And then I told Dr. Gurjar, take up because his English was better than me. So take up the whole thing. And he did a wonderful job with other two colleagues, Lakshmar Reddy and Srinivas Rao. And this was came out in before I retired. The next one. The main problem in let us go back to this previous slide. The problem is everybody went on working. The biggest issue is a 16-membered and another 16-membered. You see the central is the hydroxy, that is the phenyl glycine, with a E-ring is nothing but a tyrosine or the chlorotyrosine unit, bridge through an oxygen. Here also same thing is a bridge, another 16 member. And here A and B was the C and C linkage is a 14 member. Normally everybody till then was looking all the time to bridge this thing and then wanted to make the 16 member like an amide, carbon and amine. It was not working. There are umpty number of negative papers, not a positive paper at all. So we also struggled, and I came to the conclusion this is not the way. So one morning while walking through the morning walks I do even now, through the surrounded by the IICT campus, it just flashed me, if we are finding so difficult, how the hell the nature was built. So obviously the nature, I just opened it becomes simple heptaheptide. Nature was building not this way, it is bringing through the oxidative coupling between the E and D ring and same way E and D ring. And obviously this is also carbon-carbon oxidative coupling and not the other way of amide. So the next slide, we did this as a model experiment, had a breakthrough. The linkage has to be done through the serial linkage and order. And subsequently, the right part of the molecule, we made it. This is where Dr. Gurjar came into. And in fact, I retired in 97, the paper came. It was most of his goodness, I continued the work and completed the whole thing. Now, let me tell you at this stage, when we completed and demonstrated first time, David Evans just wrote in the paper, because of the recent work on Dr. Ramarao on vancomycin, revived our interest to take up the total synthesis. It was completed after year 1959, as well as Casey, Nikolov, and Boger, three of them, has completed the total synthesis of vancomycin and glycol, and then the vancomycin. The next one. This is other thing, very, very, very complex heterocycle. I used to go every year to the US to give lectures because my work is more attracted by the pharma industry because it is relevant to them. And I used to get, and some of my former students used to organize my lectures, all pharma companies. In the 5 years between 90 and 95, I visited almost all the major pharmas in US and Europe. And the reason was I was neglecting the US industry, the universities. University pay $100 while the pharma pays $1,000. I made a lot of money by giving at least, 10 lectures every year I used to give. That was the way with that money I could build my house in Hyderabad, not because of the savings from the government or the CSIR money. Now, anyway, coming back, this was when I visited Escape Smith Klein Beecham, one of my former students from NCL. He was actually brought my attention after giving the lecture. They have isolated, along with these 4 alkaloids, and 2 of them are most complex, from the marine sponge thing. And then we did this spot pass, which was relatively easy. And I told Jayasri, one of the girls who joined, very enthusiastic, why don't we take up this compound? None of us know very much about heterocycles, with too many nitrogens bridging together. She started with Gulger, and then came out with the total synthesis. And she used to come and tell me, sir, give me half an hour without any break or anybody coming to you. Late in the evening, we should discuss this molecule. So that is the way Dr. Gurjar, myself, and she, alone, she worked alone. And then completed her thesis. And by the time the thesis was completed, she doesn't have even a paper. This is the only example. And then normally for every student who completes his PhD, I write. They don't write. I write, I contacted for one of the professors who happen to be known to me. And I tell them, take them. That's it. They take always. They never had a no at all. So when I recommended to one of my friends, Howard, who was a colleague with me at the EJ group, he said, Ramarao, your students always have 2-3 papers in TET letters or JCS ChemCom. This girl doesn't have any publication at all, number one. Number two, I don't like girls. They can't work, late hours and all. Then I took the phone, I called him. Believe me, take this girl. I'm confident she will do better. On that word, she took it, and this girl, after 2 months, he called me. I said, this girl is fantastic, he said. And that is what Jayasri has actually could achieve. No doubt both of us have done our best as advisors. And the whole thing was done is 2 segments, much more complicated. I'm going to the next slide. Very complex. I'm just not taking time. Penicillin, which is a well-known starting material, which is available commercially, because they are used for the starting material for carbophenol, and started and went through the whole thing. The next one. Now, let me take you for the 2 examples what Dr. Gurjar has done for contributed to industrialists. One of them is starting from a sugar, D-mannitol, and making a compound called timolol. Timolol in the form of timolol maleate is used even today is the only drug for glaucoma. Glaucoma, there is no other thing. And it is very famous even today. Most of the doctors prescribe FDCs, 0.5% solution, 5 ml. And that is what actually is available. And when I met the FDC MD, he told me that they were importing 1 gram costing $400 in the early 90s. And I told Dr. Gurjar, why don't we look at it? It was the first example, what I mean is to commercialize in the country. Starting the sugar like a D-mannitol, diacetonide, cleavage with oxygen, thyroid, and then just tertiary reduction in the same solution, you get the timolol. And beautifully with all the symmetric synthesis, it started itself with the sugar. The 100% was with the timolol. We just passed on, the commercialized. And the FDC even today exporting not only the generic, is also the formulations to many countries. It is a hats off for him to commercialize. The first time in the country, an the chiral molecule, which we used to call chiral technology. The next one, let me take to you where I got much more reputation than Dr. Gurjar for the work which he initiated in the early 1989. Let me tell you, this sometimes, what I mentioned, I was reading one Deccan Chronicle in Hyderabad in one of the mornings. There was a news in 88. One boy came from 13 years from Gulf and he died in Hyderabad. And the first case in India because of AIDS. And then immediately I realized AIDS is going to be a major problem in India because of our illiteracy, ignorance. These are the main reasons. Then I thought, what is the drug? Only drug available at that time called AJT was introduced in the US market in 1987. And it was already known compound. It was actually made much earlier as an anti-cancer drug. And the NCI doesn't have any clue how to go about a drug. They took all their bank of molecules, particularly viral drugs, and then went on screening. And that is the way the AJT was discovered. And when AJT, I thought, why don't we look at it? At that time in 88, if somebody gets AIDS, it is just like he is going to die. There was no way he can be cured. And that was the situation. The only drug was AJT, and AJT was costing $10,000 per person per annum, which is impossible for the third world countries to even to procure by the government and all. The next one, just we looked at it, what was the most key intermediate is beta-thymidine, the hydroxy with the leaving group, they put with the lithium method, you get the azido group, that is the agent. Now, why should it cost $10,000? Beta-thymidine was made in Europe, it's costing about $10,000. The reason was, it is here the ribose, which is hooked up with thymine, was costing $200 at that time. So I thought, why don't we take xylose? Xylose is $10 versus $200. That means $10, 1/20th the price. What was the difference? You see the one hydroxy is down, this is standing up on the plane. That's all the difference. I told Dr. Gujjar, why don't we invert later? So we carried same reaction, not that we did any new science. When we carried this, we were surprised we got beta-thymidine. The first thing is I got a suspected, Lalita, who was working for a PhD on this project. I told Dr. Gujjar she might have taken ribose and fooled us. Then he said, I told him, you stand there and make sure the ribose is started. Because nobody believes this type of miracle will happen. Everything went through, and once again, timing, with even optical rotation, everything was identical. He assured me there was nothing, it is something serendipity, he said. That is the way sometimes, a factor of luck gives you some new results which we never anticipated. Then Goodyear consistently worked on this to prove chemically nothing went wrong. This is 100% is right. The inversion has taken place, one thing. When something happens, reaction mechanism, till that time you don't know, but you can interpret how this has happened. So that is the way the whole thing has been done. In the next slide, AJT was actually along with it. Later, Dr. Gurjar retired, continued with CIPLA Association, and they came out what they called it first triple single dose compound called Triamine at a price of $1 per person. Dr. Hamid offered the vote, and because of him, it was introduced in 43 countries. What is the formula of three compounds mixed together? Otherwise, it would have costed $12,000 because this individual is made by others. So that is the way I can tell you several millions of people have been saved because of one company and one thing gone from the IACT and Dr. Gurjar subsequently. And that is the way. Dr. Hamid, the rare commodity was given FRS for this service to the international service. Nobody gets an industrialist fellow of the Royal Society. A special honor was given to him. He always quotes me wherever he goes, but for Ramarao, he would not have entered into the HIV drug. Now, let me take you the next one, what I said beyond. I'll go through quickly. While working on anti-cancer and anthracyclines, a compound I came across is called feticamycin. Now, feticamycin, what is great about it? The one thing was it was isolated by the National Cancer Institute and published in JOCS in 1982. Look at the molecule. There are A, B, C, D, E, F. Very complex molecule. And what made it AB is a simple naphthalene substitute, and the other one, DF, is the isoquinoline. Both these fragments were connected by a spiroskeleton with what I refer as a seed ring. Now, because the spiro, it is a perpendicular. One upper for this portion EF is perpendicular to AB. They could not get the structure even a number. It looked as if each time they say either this part is seen or this part is seen, or the mixture of compounds like. So that was the way ultimately with the mass spectra and finally X-ray, the compound structure was arrived. What is great about this? National Cancer Institute found its activity was different from the other anti-cancers. I'm not going into too much into detail. And they just wanted to have the compound to evolve its clinical trials. But the damn thing, the concentration, some of them rare compounds, when the concentration go up, it kills its own bond. And that's why they failed by fermentation. They are given to Eli Lilly, it seems, after 3 years, they said it's just not possible. So then they thought the organic chemists may come out with a total synthesis. And they are given liberally in the UL, National Cancer, whoever has asked. And at one time when I was starting, 30 people were working world over on the molecules. We initiated the work. First thing is, we always talk about a mode of how to build. This is unknown. And this is the one making this whole thing happen. CD rings. In the next slide, we started with the indene 2-phenyl with hydroxyethyl. I thought anyway here is an active hydrogen. Immediately it will hook to a halogen or a leaving group going to the model system, the spiral system. But what was happening, the touch of an acid is going to an enol, the 7-number ring. And every day the person was working on boy called Redaba. I used to go to him and give some suggestion, bromo, tosylate, something or other. He says, sir, everything, even if it touches acid, he gets quantitatively a beautiful orange crystal compound. Now, naturally, many times as a research guide, when you approach him, what happens? He says, nothing happens, whatever you say, all over. I lost no more suggestion. Then I told him something you have to tell him. I said, why don't you burn it? Heat it, I said, 200 degrees. I'll not heat and also. Just I want to tell him something. So he heat at 200, next morning said, sorry, the liquid remains stable. Nothing happened, the compound is coming once again solidified. I said, you did a mistake. I asked you to char it. I said, what I mean is I had to tell something. Then he said, what should I do? You just heat to 300 or otherwise above even. See, make sure it becomes dirty black. So he did 310, he got totally black gum, like a charred material. He extracted out of that the damn compound came. Now, nobody imagines the mechanisms and laws. It is we can interpret it as a CC bond breaking, going at a radical and loss. Anyway, such conditions you can't use in the final compound. You can't charge it. So then we look later subsequently with a simple way, a vinyl group, a radical hybridization with a manganese acetate, copper acetate in chloroform. Chlorine was picked up from the solvent and removal, reduction. Beautifully, we came out after struggling 4 years how to make the spiral system in a milder and quantitative. In the next one, I'll not go only one slide. It actually let me tell you, 31 step synthesis. It is not a one or two. The two molecules, what is required, I'll not, because it will take me an hour's lecture on the entire verticomycin alone. We hooked up with an LDA, and then they are rearranged with a bromine in an isobitter. The whole thing has come with a methyl groups. Now at this stage, normally, in India, we don't get reagents. Whatever the reagents known at that time, the material was lost. Now, what happens in a total synthesis? It is like a game, snakes and ladders. It is just on a ladder, you go up and the snake, you come down. So that was the way the whole game. 4 boys have got PhD out of this work. And then finally, the 5th one, B.B. Rao joined. He took 1 year only to come for this one, 1.5 years took it, repeating the known reactions which are well established by them. Then finally, with a BB boron tribromides, beautifully came the demethylated, leaving the methoxy. What was the verticomycin? I got the sample from Cancer Hub Institute. It was identical. Let me tell you, I'm the only Indian submitted for this project to the National Cancer Institute. Because of my work on anthracyclines, they gave me funding liberally. And the entire work was done with funds from the National Cancer Institute. The next one, the last one, only 2 I'm showing as an entrepreneur. Now, this is one thing funny. The director is sitting here. When we retire, normally what happens, you have 3 secretaries, a car, a girl secretary if you want. And at the same time also you have a house, beautiful house, bungalow, taking care of everything. The day you retire, you are removed from the house, you have no car, no telephone, no PA, you are thrown out. But what we do, we become an emeritus scientist or a distinguished. They are told me they are offering me distinguished science. I said, very funny, I keep using this word. You become an extinguished, I told Dr. Joshi. He said, what is that you're talking? I said, yes, you become an extinguished, I repeated. He laughed at me. What is that you're making fun of it or what? I said, no, not that. I mean it. I want from tomorrow, I will be on my own. He said, what you're going to do? I just 1 month before I told my wife. Till then I was so busy. I said, I'm going to retire next month, that is in April. I will go on my own. What you will do? I said, I told her earlier, when from NCL I was going to Alabama. Even I was not interested because I used to call that lab junk lab when you were there. I used to use the word from NCL, a junk lab. And my family knows about this word. Why you want to go, she said. I said, I'm also not interested, but MM Sharma forcing me to go there as even the chairman. Then she was not interested, my children were not interested leaving Pune. Even I myself also was not very keen. Paul Datta's song. She met me after 3 days, and Swami was telling not to go because I was earning quite a bit of money for the lab. That was his interest. Every director wants people to earn more money. Anyway, I met him at the post office. I was coming out, he was going in. And he pulled me aside one small tree. I don't know whether he's there or not in the shade we were standing. He gave me a lecture for half an hour why I should go. The reasons he told is Sharma forced on you. Against the wishes of the Varadarajan, who were the DG. Number 2, the minister at that time, Shivaraj Patil, reversed what was the DG wanted and brought the signature from Rajiv Gandhi. The first appointment was made by Rajiv Gandhi. So these are the reasons, Ramarao, you can't say no, you go. Then he told one thing. Ramarao, I know. You will make that lab once again like a prosperity. like NCL, you bring it. Go, listen my bodies. Then I thought, let me think about. By the time from there I went home, I made up my mind to leave. Then I told her, we are going to Hyderabad. Then what happened? I said, I want to turn the lab around and make it something closer, I said, I never said deeper, closer to NCL. What guarantee, she said. No guarantee. And I take decisions half a minute. I told, if I don't succeed in another 5 years, that is 85 to 90, I will quit ICE. Then she asked me, if you quit, what you will do? I said, once you are the director, if you quit, I'll become an entrepreneur. Instantaneous, nothing, I never even thought about the word entrepreneur. That is what I said to her. I said, I don't know that part. The first part is to stand by. That is I have to decide. I said, yes, I promise. And anyway, by 85, by 90, Dr. Mashelkar visited us. He came back and addressed the staff that we should take the NCL to the standards of IICTs. I was shocked because somebody conveyed congratulating me because Mashelkar says like, I called Mashelkar and told him, never utter that word. NCL is an NCL. It is a national institute. And what I am today is because of NCL. NCL built several leaders. And I always tell it is my mother institute. And IICT was my in-laws institute. In-laws never treat properly. It is the mother always treats well. So that is the way I mentioned to him. Anyway, so as I told, everything you lose after retirement. Luckily, all the earnings I got from foreign, 40 lakhs, I built the house. I built just like almost of the area of the, or even bigger than the director's bungalow of IICT. Zero, only left. She told me, okay, you do anything, I have no objection. But don't take the house, don't go to collection. No loan from the bank. Whether we eat or not, let us stay in the house. At least as a gentleman, we're outside. We don't make any noise or anything like that. I promised. I went for a lecture tour. Here is Dr. Gurjar sitting along with my wife and Yadav. Anyway, some of the former the PhD students and some youngsters who are to join and all. In the next slide, I went to that year also 95 to give lectures. And GD Searle actually had a great admiration the way vancomycin was done. He wanted to sponsor a project with NCL, thinking that was still the director. He asked me to, after the lecture, he took me, the R&D, the director, and told Dr. Ramarao, I want to sponsor a project which is, by that time already we have DuPont and also the SKB sponsorship. So I told her, I retired. You go to IICTS. That man took 5 minutes. Oh my God, you retired like that. Then, immediately after, it is the person who matters, not the institute. What are you going to do? He said. I said, I'm starting my work. Then why don't you take it up this project? It never asked me where I'm going to work, what. This is the one, I'm sorry, here. This is GD Searle. They already made. But then I told him, don't tell anything because then my mind starts working in your direction. He said, we want to go this one to the phase 2. The problem is in their method, chirality, they have a byproduct which is unwanted. They want to avoid. That's why you relook at it. So he asked me how much you charge. I thought 1 crore, huge amount, because in those days, never even given me more than 50 lakhs. $200,000. Apparently, according to him, that should be 4 times if it was in US. He felt I was very cheap. For me, it was too big an amount. He agreed immediately without second thoughts whether it will be successful or not. Then, as a beggar, I asked him, can you give 50% of the money as net worth? I don't have. He laughed at me and sanctioned wait for a day, $100,000 check I got. Then I went to the garden conference. One evening, one guy talking to me, they made this compound, which is also entering into phase 2, but it's not crystallized. They can't make a formulation. Struggling for 1 year, not crystallize damn thing. See, you're doing so much. Can you do the crystallization? He asked me. I said, yes. So he asked me to Cambridge because it is the New Hampshire. So just to stay for the Cambridge last step of mine. And he took me to CMD. And he told, we have already given to local industry that have failed miserably. Can you take it up this? Because the process is whatever they have done is not. We'll pass it. For crystallization, I said $50,000. $100,000, I'm sorry. Then same way I begged for 50,000 at advance. He has also given. So I had $150,000 in my pocket, and a shed was given to me by Daiichi Korea. We made a shift, like my son Ramakrishna and myself, along with some of my postdoctoral who are about to leave for UL because they're waiting for the bioavailability. We worked day and night. For us, once again, like I was like a JRF, I used to go anytime. Midnight, I used to get up and go because they're doing some silly reaction, because they're all new guys. I used to keep the alarm at 2 o'clock and go reach us. So that is the way we worked. And let me tell you, luck always favors those who deserve like that. Both of them we succeeded in the first year itself. This was given for 2 years, this I asked for 1 year. The damn thing crystallized from isopropanol, nobody used isopropanol, all other solvents. And the funny part, it crystallizes with 1 mole of isopropanol, 2 molecules putting together. The moment you reach 70 degrees, isopropanol goes, and the compound becomes a gel. But what they need is crystalline at room temperature. They formulated. It went to, they asked me to make 10 kilos, each kilo $100,000. And this was also, they asked me to build a pilot plant. So we were working in a shed. In 3 years' time, I made about 2 crores profit. So then I approached the technology development board to give 2.5 because I know another half a ton and half a crore I'll make in the next 6 months. So 5 crores, we built what is the first laboratory, abroad laboratories, unit 1 we call it. That was built. And that is the way we started our work. I will take the next slide. Quickly I'll take. This was the building, a pilot plant with the 5 crores we built. The next one. All the time I was more interested in anti-cancer. Now, when I looked at the cancer compounds, 2 of them derived from the plant. Both, one is the Taxol, the top one, and the Ariticon. Topoticon. This one is coming, what they call it, bracketing, from there a semi-synthetic. It is not a synthetic. Same thing from campus gene to make semi-synthetic. Now these molecules are semi-synthetic. Can you make it by total synthesis? We thought we should look at this compound. So in the next one, quickly I'll go to the next 2 slides. In the campus gene, it comes from the natural product, mostly from Chinese. The next one. There are several people who looked at the molecule synthesis, including Ori, Koch, Gilbert, you name any big guy in UA. But none of the methods are suiting for the commercial use. We also involved with the other. We publish, one thing, you publish paper, it will be useless. It is only for counting papers. But why then we publish? Human resource. That was the main thing. You have the best talented students, scientists who can turn around to the economic gain of the country. You need the best talented people. That is the way we publish. In the next one, So this is identical. What is difference is an ethyl, the hydroxy, the pyridinopiperidine. It is one of the best thing for colon cancer. In the next one. Now, how they make it? They start with the comforting, alkylate and hydroxylate, what you call SN38. It is real drug. But just because it is not having the solubility, they hook up the pyridinopiperidine and the hydroxy, which cleaves by in the human system and gives SN38 at the right spot. And that is the way the whole thing becomes. It is what we call as a prodrug. In the next one, what we thought is if you make these two, what is based on the literature, two intermediate in a proper way, commercially viable, then you can just condense together to get the SN38. So we started working. It took me 5 years to optimize the SN38 from there to Irinotecan. But because to make the Irinotecan, you need US FDA, some of the facilities which we don't have. We thought started offering this one to one of the European companies, which they did the Irinotecan. And that is the way the SN38 became popular. Till that time, the Chinese were dominating Irinotecan. We slowly went on making, and then in the last 2 years, Chinese started buying from us. That is the situation, the reverse way of doing. The first example of a commercially, what is normally semi-synthetic was commercialized by Total Synthesis. We became very famous because of this drug, and it has attracted the attention of the world over. The next one day, in the newspaper, my wife saw an advertisement from CSIR. It is the Diamond Jubilee celebrations. The Mashilkar announced a 10 lakhs award for anyone who comes out with a technology of international standards. That is, he has written the CSIR Diamond Jubilee Technology Award was instituted in commemoration of the CSIR Diamond Jubilee for the year 2008. That is Mashilkar time. The award seeks to recognize and honor outstanding technological innovation that has contributed significantly to the enhancement of national prestige. It carries a cash prize of 10 lakh, a citation. She read all this. Then she asked me, if you say this is such a good technology, why don't you apply? I said, I'm a CSR man, I don't want to apply to CSR. That was one of the reasons I kept away. Then she told me, don't tell. I don't think you will get it such a big award like this. I said, okay, for your sake, I will apply. And I'll give 5 lakhs to you and 5 lakhs to the people who worked on this process if I get the award. I was very confident I'll get it. And that year, 2014, we were the first Indian chemical or pharma industry getting this award. Others are all, first went for the Tata's, Nano, which is not existing now, but they're all IT fellows. This is the first chemical, the industry award, which averages. The next one, this is the last slide. SN38 importance went up, what is called the ADC. That is the antibody drug conjugate. This part of SN38 is hooked up and linked to a linker, and actually delivers 1,000 times more active than the Irinotecan itself. And this one was introduced by Daiichi with AstraZeneca. And already US FDA last year approved this drug. It's one of the wonder drugs. Similarly, another one, ADC, came out, what we will call the trione part, this part of it, and hooked up the rest and made it out of this ADC. And both of them, they have no source of buying either SN38 or trione. Only Avra is the only source. So both of them, we never advertise, we never want. They keep coming. And that is the way, the long range, got both of them hooked up with us. So this is the way why Avra became so much in demand and why the production facility we have sourced because of this attraction. Let me tell you, first time I'm disclosing $100 million resource. Retain the first what the our laboratories are in the retain. And I'm the most richest, or my family the most richest. As an academician, most richest in the country. Let me, finally, the money is also very important. Okay, fine. Last slide. This is what the Agility started Univoice. We took over the city industry. That is where the anti-cancer drug was made, especially in the North Aramis. The next one. We extended the production because the demand was so much. We built in Vizag 20 acres we take in Pharmacy. And that is where the beautiful one, everything was designed by Ramakrishna. He became a much better engineer. He studied engineering here, Pune, and he utilized it in designing the beautiful plants. The next one, let me tell you another one. I always, when you are demanding for a research chemist, you need chemicals. I faced this problem at NC. What I used to do at that time, the juniors, Dr. Gurjar also knows, we asked them to make the reagents and reactors. And for seniors, they do. The second thing is, all the juniors, we give them projects, industrial projects. 1.5 years, no PhD problem at all. They have to work and an average have to earn 5 lakhs per JRF. We never had problem in money. Doris Swami used to call me whenever he wanted 10 lakhs for some party or something. He said, Ramarao, can you release your brother? That was personal grants, like industrial grants. So I used to immediately I say to the finance officer, give from my grants to the director. So that is the way we never bothered about grants at all. The same thing continued in ISCT. But what I did in ISCT, we started buying from China and then making bottle and then giving to the store and distributing. So that no chemist will have problem in want of sodium boride, lithium aluminide, pH of all these. By the by, incidentally, when I returned, Vita lithium we made first time in NC. It was not available. Whatever it comes, it was all already decomposed. 3 months is to stay. Second thing, we have NMR, we don't have enough CDCLs. I made 1 kilo of CDCL3 in the lab. Here in NCL we did. If I ask some PhD or a senior guy how to make CDCL3, nobody knows about it. How to make butyl lithium, estimate butyl lithium, nobody knows. This is the problem even today. So what I mean is every bit we popularized balloons, nitrogen in this lab first. So anyway, next one. Sorry, the previous slide. So for this, I'm buying chemicals from China. Why not I? Bought late and give to others. So we started a trading company. This is not we don't need intelligence. It is what is called we gave a name called Thyroid Synthesis. And the Ramakrishna took time and then made the catalog. And the whole thing was, we have launched in 2007. Today we have 4,103 chemicals. It's 7,500 parts. And then we entered into biochemicals last year. And they contain 2001, 6,000 parts. In the beginning, let me tell you, frankly, I'm a very open-minded. I thought I'll give these chemicals to NCL and ISCT at 50% cost. Nobody started buying. For 6 months, zero. The reason was the purchase fellow wants some commission, which I'm dead against. No director, I brought to the attention of the director also, because it never happened during our time. This is the way the corruption also started in CSIR labs. Then we gave to agents, everybody is buying. I can't do the corruption. You also doing, I'm telling you the director. You can't stop it, then your work will suffer. It is unfortunate in CSIR till I was here, unheard of, unheard of. But even in IST was there, I removed 2 guys immediately within 1 year. He knows I'm sure about it. Nobody, they are so scared of money for anything. That is the way I run the lab. Anyway, this is something which is a common thing. So the last slide. This is where the synthesis chemical, next one. So let me finally, the acknowledgement is, especially I have written this acknowledgement, indebted to my senior colleague, especially JSA, unfortunately is not here. Gurjar and Deshmukh, unfortunately died of COVID. Joined me in early 80s and helped me in any aspect in carrying out both fundamental and applied research. Many people think I'm a great guy, a scientist, technologist, and finally as an entrepreneur, and did exceedingly well because of my colleague and well-wisher who made me great. Thank you very much. I was supposed to another 10 minutes or taken more. I tried to my level best to move faster, but sometimes, to make it interesting, I have to some additional words. Thank you very much. But me once again on my behalf of my family, the very best he and his family should have many, many years more just to live with a good health. He has already prospered. There is no doubt about it. He is the richest guy. The other thing I want to tell you, these 3 of them never aspired for anything after retirement. Yadav is now well settled with a career of pharmaceuticals. Gurjar, tons of money is making from MQ and he's continuing there. And the Deshmukh, I asked all Deshmukh after retirement, what you are doing? I said, I have 4 consultancies. I'm getting double or triple the money than what I was earning from NCLs. One thing, let me tell you, it is not a place, but at the same time, I advise people should work what is relevant, science. But we do irrelevant science. Nobody bothers about science. They do. Everybody quotes too many papers, too many cited, bunkum according to what is coming out of your work. Okay, my students are biggest leaders. I keep telling one leader means he has to produce more leaders. Then only you become a leader. Second thing is, if you lose the job, I uttered in IST auditorium, if you are a scientist, if you lose the job, you should get 10 times your salary if you go out. But if you lose and don't at least get sufficient same amount, okay, you should improvise. The first one is required is you are wanted in RRL. The second one, okay, you improvise. Third one, if you lose the job and you don't get another job of the same thing, you should know you are unwanted here. I'm thinking next morning, all the divisional heads came to me. And I just only third day I joined and addressed the staff. And I said, what happened? All of them as a bunch. And they said, sir, you joined as a new director. What you addressed is a bad taste. I said, what was wrong? I said, no, you should not have waters. That means there are more third-rate waters. He said, no, once again you are repeating this. Okay, that means the fact you have come all, the message has gone already, so I don't want to repeat this. So they don't want me to repeat that word. So I think what I said is even to NCL, it will be applicable because it is my institute that I can see. So I want people, when they leave, they should get more, just like Gurjar when he left. He was offered indirectly or directly by Dr. Machelkar to take over the NCL. He called me, can you influence him, he asked. I called him also and told me one thing. I think 3 years or 4 years are left. Then what he said, I'd retire in 60. I may not get this job once again. So I make more money by continuing here. I also agree. This is the right decision you have taken. Don't bother from the directorship of NCL. So that is the one reason. If you leave, you should get. But most of the scientists want to hang around as the emeritus scientist. It's a bad word according to emeritus. That means you don't have anything else. You may not like me. This is a fact of life. Thank you very much. I can answer some questions which are maybe irritating others also, but there is no time, enough time in there. Okay, good. Coming. Next little bit stiff they become. And how many disagree?
So friends, we are falling short of time. If you have any difficulty, I am very happy to discuss with you all your problems at the time of lunch. So let me congratulate you. Please join with me.
May I request Maize sir to present memento and sapling?
One more. Thanks.
I really don't know if it's good or bad. Yeah, maybe it is wrong.
So, thank you, sir, for an exciting talk. What a good beginning for this mini symposium. So now the next talk is by Dr. Ganesh Pandey, former director CDMR. May I request Dr. Gopalan, please come and chair the session.
Very good morning to all of you. And at the outset, I like to wish Dr. Gurjar good health, longevity, and continued happiness in his life on his 70th birthday. And the next speaker is Dr. Ganesh Pandey. He is very well known to me since 1987 when we met in Banaras Hindu University in a symposium in synthetic heterocyclic chemistry. And he has got Butler Award, and also he is a member of the all recognized academies in India. And one thing, striking thing with him is he looks at complex structures in a very unique way. So the uniqueness with which he approaches a total synthesis is exemplary. And he has also worked on photochemistry, the single electron transfer reactions he contributed a lot, and also in total synthesis of pure organic compounds. And today he is going to talk about building chemical complexity and translating to lead molecules. So, Dr. Ganesh Pandey.
Good morning to all of you. Okay. Good morning to all of you. Dr. Ramarao, Dr. Ashish Lele, Dr. Gurjar, my NCL colleagues, Dr. Gurjar's former students and present colleagues. I am very happy to be here because of very close association of me with Dr. Gurjar and his family for the last 30 years. And at this occasion, I would like to thank him on his 70th birthday. Very happy, prosperous, healthy life ahead. And also, I am thankful to Dr. Ramana and Dr. Mahapatra for inviting me to this occasion. What I have thought today to present this morning, after a great thought, that I will present first natural product synthesis and then a concept leading to a drug development, which is very close to the heart of Dr. Gurjar as well as Dr. Ramarao. When I joined NCL in IICT in 1984, Ramarao came in 85. And I was listening to his lectures just like you heard here today. And I was not trained in synthetic organic chemistry. And whatever he spoke those days, I didn't understand anything, very frankly speaking. But it was so motivating that I harbored a desire that maybe sometimes I will do also the total synthesis. But it took a long time. Well, Dr. Gurjar came in 86, Dr. Yadav came, they started doing work. We used to discuss, but it was nothing I could understand whatever they used to do. So, this. I thought that when I learned, and frankly speaking, I didn't learn when I was in IICT. When I moved to NCL, also I didn't learn much. I kept on doing whatever I was doing, photo-induced electron transfer reaction, and I would change. Okay. So I thought that I will learn slowly, and because I was not trained, so I thought I will learn by myself. And when you are trying to learn by yourself, it takes time. So it took me a little longer time to think about the total synthesis. I started though in NCL, but all it flourished when I moved to Lucknow because of the kind of facilities required to do total synthesis. Frankly speaking, is not available to laboratories like NCL, IICT. Only directors have the privilege to get all the facilities. So Dr. Ramarao was a director, and Gurjar and Yadav were associated with the directors' laboratories. So they had ample supply of chemicals, reagents, analytical facilities. Listen, sir. Sir, yes, that is why I'm going to acknowledge you. No, you are a great motivator for me. I tell at all the forum that Dr. Ramarao is a great motivator for me, and he nurtures me to bring to this stage. So I started this kind of synthesis, although in NCL, but it flourished when I moved to Lucknow because the laboratory was available. I became a director, so I had a lab, a big lab, and all the chemical supplies, all the NMRs were available for 24 hours. So all my students can run the NMR 400, 600, 800 megas NMR. So all kind of facilities were there. So I started taking some of the very challenging molecules. This one, this next. Now, why you do total synthesis? If your purpose of doing science is to publish a paper, get recognition, then why do you waste time in total synthesis? Because total synthesis is very important for organic chemistry. Because of the following reasons, because this is a driving force for the development in the field of synthetic organic chemistry as well as drug discovery for the welfare of human beings. Complex structures of natural product provides an opportunity to innovate new chemistry for the development and sustenance of this vibrant branch of science. If you don't do total synthesis of natural products, you don't know the stereochemistry, you cannot teach the students what is a molecule in 3 dimensions. Also to motivate young minds to understand nuance of organic chemistry research. Synthetic developments have enabled the design, modification of natural product templates in a way that cannot be readily achieved by biosynthetic means. It potentially allows large scale and commercial synthesis. Next, it's more important that still in 2019, almost 58% of drugs today in the market, they are either natural products or natural product derived molecules, just like Dr. Ramarao spoke before. So, natural product holds a great promise to come up with new molecules which can be a drug. So that is why this activity is very important. And we started synthesis, as I mentioned, that I was not trained synthetic organic chemist, so it took time. So we designed a molecule that a small molecule which by breaking, as you know, in a total synthesis, stereochemistry is very important. Quaternary stereo centers, this kind of stereo center in Spiro. So this molecule, if you break the bond selectively, whatever, then you can build all kinds of molecules. And previously, which I had shown a slide, all those molecules can be built by simply this starting with this. And now how to make optically active? Because total synthesis, when you do, it has to be natural product synthesis. So the natural product synthesis has to be optically active. And so how to make this molecule optically active? So we innovated a strategy that you can do by a desymmetrization. You make a meso compound and you have a meso compound, desymmetrize to this and remove this, and you have optically active compound, 99.9% selective. Next slide, please. Well, this is the mechanism you have to forget. So you can make this compound in a kilogram quantity in 1 week time. Now, when you do total synthesis of a natural product, you cannot do by a catalytic transformation. You need a starting material in gram quantities, and especially when you want to use this molecule or one molecule for n number of natural products, then you need to have methodology which can make all kinds of natural products. So we develop a strategy which can make a kilogram quantity in 1 week time. Next. Now, I will not give the synthesis of all those molecules, many molecules we have synthesized. I'll just give a two molecule synthesis. This is one, if you remove the group, you have this optically active compound. This you can transform to this here when you have either methylene dioxy or dimethoxy, and that can be converted into a variety of natural product which you can show here. Now, this is something which has attracted synthesis of many interest from many synthetic organic chemistry laboratories in the early 14-15 when I had moved to NCL. We also looked at the synthesis of this that can be synthesized again from a intermediate which I have shown for other molecules. These can be also synthesized through this strategy, and many others can. Okay, thank you. This is much easier. You can do this here, many synthesis of this. Our group has accomplished the synthesis. I will not give you the detail. I will just show you that how do you make this. You can do this here. Again, as I mentioned, this bicyclic compound, which is 99.9% optically active. Through this strategy, this is a retrosynthesis. Starting from here, make enol to flat, coupling, conjugate addition, and one carbon degradation and sulfonylation. Reductive amination, and followed by removal of this sulfonyl group. You have this, and this can be transformed. This is the forward synthesis. Detail I won't go with these common things. I want to show you that you can make these key intermediates, this or this, and you can synthesize here gracilamine, amberline, augustine, assembline, and all. I will just show a gracilamine synthesis because this was supposed to be a very potent, this is a new molecule, and this was isolated in Turkey. It was isolated from a plant or from the shrub, which has given alkaloid, which are highly biologically active, but they thought this can also be a biologically active compound. But unfortunately, nothing has come out so far because this molecule was isolated in a very small quantity. So I still don't see any paper that biological activity of this has been reported. But because of the novel structure, we jumped on this and we started synthesizing this. Why? Because the biological activity profiling was not done. Attractive structure, pentacyclic cage structure, 7 stereocenters, very complex structure. There are 2 quaternary stereocenters. So how to build this molecule? And as I mentioned, that they can build this starting from this to introduce pharmyl group. You have to go through sequential reaction to get this pharmyl group, reduction, protection, this one, and oxidation to get this allylic hydroxylation, and the natural product has inverted stereochemistry. So Mitsunobu inversion to have this, and this deproduction oxidation gives you this compound. Then you have to make leucine ester from here, this, and in toluene, if you heat, you get this cyclized material. A chemistry which was developed in IICT when I was there in IICT, we had developed to do a non-stabilized azomethylene. So that intramolecular cycloaddition, sorry, this double bond is missing, but here a double bond is there. and gives you this. Exactly all the stereochemical assignments are correct. Then removal of this bar group by TFA and reductive amination give you this. The natural product was ready. What happened to this? We would have been the first one. When we moved to Lucknow, the students, those who were working for this molecule, the lab got burned. And the work stopped for 6 months. By that time, 2 or 3 not part synthesis came. And when we started synthesizing, 2 more total synthesis came. When our synthesis got ready, when we sent, unfortunately, we got the wrong enantiomer, the opposite enantiomer of what the short product was there. And we published here, but not that so important journal, because when we sent this to Hengo and Kemi, they said it's good synthesis, but now 2 more syntheses have come and yours is the wrong enantiomer. So this should be published somewhere else. So that is the story. We left it that in that stage. While doing the synthesis, another molecule which attracted our attention was G-phytotoxin. G-phytotoxin is a pyrroloquinoline framework, is a fused tricyclic ring system with 5 stereocenters, isolated from frog skin, not Indian frog. This is from South American frog. And most important, this is a muscarinic antagonist. Synthesis, you see, is the same intermediate which we have used before. This is a desymmetrized material. We have here a Suji-Trost coupling. We have this 1,4 Michael addition to make this compound, and the breaking of this CC bond, you have this compound followed by this usual transformation to make national product. Let's see the forward synthesis. This is Michael addition here, 1,2-diaxial Michael addition. Here, this molecule, just to treat with sodium methoxide in methanol, opens up to have this. This using Cores protocol, have epoxidation, opening of this and protection, have this compound. Then a reduction of this ester, oxidation, and doing Wittig reaction, you extend the chain, and this is you make this molecule. The purpose is not today to tell the total synthesis, but purpose was to give the background. Now, when you do synthesis, when you do a methodology, in my own career, as Dr. Ramarao mentioned, I am here today because of Dr. Ramarao, who gave me initial encouragement, promotion, both IICT as well as later at the national level. When I was in IICT, I was doing a methodology. As I mentioned in the beginning, I didn't know what the total synthesis is. So I just gave you a brief account. We have done many syntheses. I don't want to bore you with this. The purpose of this was that when you do a methodology, you do total synthesis, then what is next? Then you want to do something which many organic chemists harbor in mind, that I want to do something useful. Dr. Ramarao took a different challenge. He opened his own industry, his molecules. He developed a strategy and make money. I was not, although I retired officially, but I was not so clever and courageous to take a challenge to make to start industry. So I thought, let's try to do something innovative. What you do, you build a complexity, then what next? then I thought organic chemist, the job is to make a molecule for the welfare of the humanity. Means to develop a drug, which Dr. Gurjar has been doing. So I thought this is very appropriate that I should mention my own effort in this direction. Now, in a drug discovery, staying in NCL as well as in many communities, I learned that drug discovery is not something which you read in the publications. It involves something more. So these are the stages of making molecule and testing, showing something that is not drug discovery. So first, you have to select the target. What target you want to affect? Then you do lead discovery, medicinal chemistry, in vitro studies, in vivo studies. Then it passes through a potential drug. After that, you have toxicity studies, pharmacokinetics, phase 1, phase 2, and like that. So, possible number of molecules available to organic chemistry is so much. Now, how to pick up one molecule which becomes drug? There is some rule, Lipinski rule, and in the human body, you have 3,000 targets. So out of this, selecting one target makes very selective molecules which can affect or modulate only one target is a huge task. There are some people who have come out with how to minimize SULs and combinatorial chemistry, which utterly failed, everybody knows. Schreiber has diversity-oriented synthesis, that also didn't work. Waldemar Adams have biology-oriented synthesis, BIOS, which is almost people appreciating. You have a biologically active molecule and you modify this molecule to make as a drug, which is very popular this. Meantime, Professor Mehta and Tietze from Germany, they had come up with the idea to hybrid natural products, which didn't take off. Samuel Lanspersky from New York, he has a diverted total synthesis approach that you take a molecule, divert it to make a natural product, and that may become a drug. We have come up with the idea, after all these readings and all, you integrate a natural product with a biologically active molecule, which we call it INPBM, and that may become a drug. So I will show you a success story of this approach here. Now, we thought a concept that we have a natural product, and this is bioactive molecule. You integrate this. You can integrate this in two fashions here, and you integrate in such a way that both have lost the identity. So like this, and we selected for this a target is this muscarinic receptor. Now, in the muscarinic receptors, I will tell you why we selected this. That 3-5 molecule is what we were attempting to try is active as a muscarinic antagonist, but it is not very selective. There are 5 receptors. So if you want to develop a drug, it has to be very selective. Now, every receptor has a role, it's a location. This is a action, which is, again, I will not read. And the challenge is that you make very selective molecule which inhibit these receptors. Start moving. Start. Just next one. Oh, you just move there. So muscarinic receptor controls plays vital physiological role in human systems. Hence, discovery of a new and selective ligand which can modulate the muscarinic receptor will have great potential. Now, how do you develop them? Then, as I mentioned, we had G-phytotoxin and also a molecule with the similar chemistry which I had shown you the bond cleavage, a substituted isoindolin. This is optically active compound. This also has a muscarinic antagonist property. This is also very weak. So they cannot become a drug by themselves. So we thought that let's integrate this in such a way that you have, like here, a substituted indolin. This is a G-phytotoxin framework here and in this. So you can try to make a molecule in this fashion. And we started doing this. This is in a retrosynthetic fashion. Here, fragment A and B, and make this molecule. From here, you open up, you have this and this fused compound. Also, you have something, this one here. We made a molecule which is RJ1. Earlier molecule which we had here, RJ, we have given a name. The student who was working on this was a Rajesh. He put a Rajesh and Ganesh. This is 1 and this is a 3. Very structured. Then I won't go to chemistry, it's very obvious. He made a molecule which is RJ02 and this is RJ04 and RJ05. Then the medicinal chemistry, as I had mentioned, then he made a lot of these compounds. So in a short, with this concept, we made 13 compounds and I will show you the result. The one compound which we made, RJ02, which is a 4 nanomolar per gram, IC50 is active and very selective to M2 receptor. And here this is not that active. Then we did the in vitro study. Now you see something which biologists do it very interesting. And this is a mice. This is a confused when you give a drug, if it is in the water, it confused, it cannot find where the resting place is there. They call it water maze test. When this molecule was given to this mouse, it sat here in this place here, and that shows that its cognition reverts back. Like it can be used in the dementia case or Alzheimer case. Cut the story short, we made further many molecules, RG02, 09, 06, 013, 012. Now you see here, which I mentioned to you, you have a 4 nanomolar IC50. This here, 0.1 nanomolar activity of this. Now, this is also to M3. This is M2. This is for M3. and this is for M6, M3 also this 0.1 nanomolar activity. This one here, this is non-selective. This inhibits both M1 and N3, so this is not selective. This also is not very selective. This is a M1 and N5. So we have three compounds which are very selective to muscarinic receptors. Now, from here, the study ends because I moved from Lucknow to now again academic place, Banaras Hindu University. I cannot do this kind of chemistry. So, but what it resulted? It resulted a patent, a publication, a patent which is PCT here, Indian patent, patent United Kingdom, and US patent, which is in last year, this thing. So with this, I want to say that, organic chemist life is very short because I started my career with Dr. Ramarao. I had joined just a few months before he came as a director, and he is still showing his chemistry, and we also did the same thing, and we have reached to again a stage where we are starting doing something else. Now, drug discovery, as everybody knows, is not something a single man's job. It has to be done for a long time by a very dedicated team to come up this. Now, I just want to tell you a story. When this is in the collaboration with CDRI, when they filed patent, then the money part US patent and this cost money, and I had left that time CBMR. So they said that your contribution has to come. So I said, I have no money now, I am not in the CBMR. So then they wrote to CSIR, and CSIR said, neither CDRI will pay, not CBMR will pay. Everything will be paid by the CSIR headquarters. They paid, and we have this. Now, what is left here, which is a costly affair, is a pharmacokinetics and toxicity study. If these two studies are done, the molecule can go to phase 1 trial. So somebody who now I am not in the position to do all these things because the CDRA and CSIR will do, but I am saying that we have reached to something very interesting. Natural products, which Dr. Ramarao has amply justified with so many syntheses. Natural product still holds out the best option for finding novel agents, active templates, which when worked on in conjunction with synthetic chemists and biologists offer the potential to discover novel structures that can lead to effective agents in a variety of human diseases. My research for last, I would say, 20 years, first by J.C. Bose Fellowship, by CRB, and now I'm lucky to get National Science Chair Award, which will allow me to continue my interest for another 5 years. With this, I would like to thank you again for your patient hearing and also giving me this opportunity to be here to share this small story. Thank you very much.
I request Dr. Gopalan to please come on the dais. Yeah. I request Dr. Gopalan to please present a memento and a potted sapling to Dr. Ganesh Pandey. Thank you, sir, for a nice talk. So now we move on to the last talk of the day, and Dr. Hota from ICER will be giving this talk. And he already promised me that he will keep it brief and allow us to go for a break. Dr. Hota, please.
First of all, let me thank each one of you and all of you for coming here. And I would also thank Dr. Ramana and other organizing committee members to give me this opportunity to represent on behalf of all the students who worked with Dr. Gurjar over the last 20, 30 years. Okay. And I am right now in a precarious position because Dr. Ramarao has done a test match kind of thing. And then Dr. Pandey has given 50 over match. Now I was given some very short time, and then I will try to play a kind of T20 match with this. So, I mean, I did not put anything, but I just wanted to bring your attention to something that in the right side corner, I put him in that stamp thing. The reason is I know that he is, also has a hobby of philately. At some point of time, I understood that he used to collect stamps. I mean, I don't know how many of you know that one. He used to, I mean, a lot of new stamps and all he used to collect. I don't know whether he's still doing or not, but that's so that's why I thought that anyway. So the next thing is, on behalf of all the entire students who worked with Dr. Gurjar, I would like to wish him a very happy birthday and many more returns of the day. Okay, so my journey in Dr. Gurjar's lab started about I mean, in 1995. I went to his lab after getting denial from several places. And every time they interviewed me, they said that you're not suitable, you go out. But one good thing that happened with Dr. Gurjar was I entered and then he said, I don't know what happened. In 1 minute, he said that come and work. But then in the next moment, what is his thing is that he put me in one paper in my hand and said that this is the paper you read and come. But I said that I don't want to work on that beta lactam thing. I don't know why I said that one. I still think that that's a decisive factor in my life. Okay. And then I also said that I want to do carbohydrate chemistry for whatever reason. The reasons are different, but I can discuss more about that at some point of time, but not today. And then he asked me, okay, give me some time, I'll find a molecule for you. Then he put in touch with some student of Sanjay Kumar Das. What he did is that we both went to the library and started searching, not like this one, but taking book volumes, and then we started flipping through pages and then pages. And after a week, we could find this particular molecule, which is shown in the left-hand side. Don't move. Yeah. Okay. And then this is the one that I want to do. That's what he told. And ultimately, the statement that he said in when he gave me that particular pentasaccharide, which is shown in the insert there, he came to the first floor of fine chemical laboratories and then he told that I gave this pentasaccharide, let him die with it. That's what he told at that point of time. Okay, and then everybody laughed and then looked at me and then they asked me, do you know the structure of glucose? I do not know that. But then they thought that this fellow cannot make anything progress, but can you move forward now? That's how he was in 1995, roughly. And then that Adhura fellow who is standing over there, you can understand what is that guy. Okay, so what happened is that in about 2-3 years we somehow figured out, and then the root came out to be very nice, and then you see how sharp he is looking, and then all that with a fair complexion, and then very smart guy, and then the other guy is lost in his life, and then several 1 or 2 decades passed, and ultimately I had my own lab, and then we ultimately translated that pentasaccharide to that pentacosa saccharide, which is nothing but about 25 sugar residues were there, and then several efforts have gone into that one. I don't say that, but what happened to the next one is that individual has become like this over 2 decades. Okay. So that is all because he told that let him die with it. So I'm still dying with it. Okay. Now move forward. What happened to this man? So this man got converted into something like that. You understood? Okay. Now move forward. So now in the whole process of 2 decades, what I did, I have converted one more is on the way to become like that. And not one, several others. Okay, move. Okay, so to do such kind of a thing, it's not a trivial job, but we have to work a lot and then show some kind of a promise in terms of developing the chemistry too. And for that, while at NCL, we found that if you add a gold 3 salt to any alkylated glycoside, then we will be able to activate that and then make it into a glycosyl donor. And then we subsequently improved, and then in 2000, a decade of effort went into that to get to a stage where I can confidently say that any glycone you have, we will be able to attach it to any kind of a glycan that we have. Okay, that's the confirmation and that's the confidence that with what we work with. Okay, to do that one, then the next major thing is we were supposed to have something, a tool, because oftentimes we all do TLC. Many of us did that, and then some students who are here, they must be still struggling to separate them on the TLC plate. But at the same time, what we get from the TLC plate is a simple polarity difference. So that has become a big bottleneck for us. Okay, so how, I mean, waiting time for NMRs is increasing because the number of students are increasing, and then the processing time, so many things. So what we did is that we have developed a tool which we call it as a software assisted direct extraction sampling interface. In short, it is a Swadeshi thing. So what it does is that it extracts the sample from the TLC plate and then pushes it into the mass spec. So in about some 10 seconds or 15 seconds, one will be able to get the mass spec directly from the TLC plate. So this has given us a great impetus for us to improve our overall efforts in the synthesis of large complex molecules. Okay, can we move forward? So quite recently we adapted our technology to the solid phase synthesis too, and then now we can make molecules in much faster manner. And then now we are making a kind of robotic arm, it is a generic robotic arm which can be used for making some kind of a subji in your kitchens. Okay, so entire hood will have 2 robotic arms, and then they will be weighing, and then all sorts of things they will be doing, everything. It's in the very primitive stages of that one, but I call it as Atmakar because Atmakar means it's automated machine for carbohydrates. Okay, move forward. So those efforts have resulted into something like a complex large oligosaccharides, which were otherwise very difficult to make. And then our lab has become one of the unique labs in the world to make this kind of large and complex oligosaccharides. The story did not end here. Still, I am dying. Okay, so he asked me to continue dying. Okay, it took about 47 steps with 0.09% overall yield with 21 seroselective glycosylations, and importantly for us, every single glycosylation that we do in the process is developed in our group. So again, if you look at the overall mycobacterial cell wall, these are all constituents of the mycobacterial cell wall, and it has got about this much complex architecture, and slowly we started stitching one by one on that particular one, and we have published these in different types of journals and then all that, and then can you move forward? So ultimately what we want to make with using our robotic synthesis and then all that is finally in the solution phase or on the solid phase, efforts are in full swing, and then there are 2 individuals who are again in the process of getting the beard and all that stuff. Okay, and these 2 guys are in different stages of making this. So one is taking up this entire galactan unit, which is at the bottom of it, and the top arabian unit is being looked at by Sumit. And at some point they will decide and then get back, then assemble the entire thing. Then we will be able to cross. First thing is the century in the oligosaccharide synthesis, and then which has got branches and all. Right now, the state of the art in this one is about 141 more, but Seeberger has done that. But what Seeberger's thing is that he added only mannose. There is no, I mean, this much of complexity is not there. At the same time, why do we want to make? I don't know. Maybe to grow the beard. Okay. Okay. Now, so what's next in this one? So we now have a method which will be able to give us. I mean, we can make any kind of a glycoside. You can call it CEM, whatever. Yes. oh, whatever glycoside that is, in all the cases, we get more than 90% yield in about half an hour time. Except one case, which was actually put forward to me by Dr. Pradeep or Professor Pradeep Kumar from IIT Bombay, but all other cases we get above 90% yield. Okay. So now the next thing in my lab is that we now mastered the art of making these glycosides, and then we teach, and then all the time what we teach to the students is how to join molecules, either carbon-carbon bond or carbon-nitrogen bond or this bond or that bond. But I felt that over the last 100 years or 120 years of this enterprise, ever since this oral synthesized urea, we more or less mastered the art of making or joining bonds. But I thought it's time for us to look at how do we cleave these bonds in a stereoselective or chemoselective or regioselective fashion. So that I thought that it's going to make a big dent to the overall field. In the field that I work on, or I was introduced by Dr. Gurjar to, is the glycans. Okay, so now we know how to make large oligosaccharides step by step, or either convergent or linear or whatever fashion it is. But now what I want to show you is a glycan editing where, see, for example, if you look at recombinant DNA technology, which is there. So Paul Berg joined viral DNA into bacterial host cell and then expressed it in another host cell, and thereby he could create a big dent in the system. For example, they take a plasmid and then treat with some kind of what is that restriction enzyme, and there are different types of restriction enzymes which are discovered later on. And then what they do, that will cut the piece, and then you will have another foreign DNA piece, and then you incubate that with this, so that you will be able to get again a cDNA, and then you express that one into something, and so on and so forth. So that has resulted into something like several, for example, Lilly has produced the human insulin, and then several products. Even the most recent molnupiravir is one of the byproducts of that, what Paul Berg has done about in 1972. So the way we want to see is, the first thing is there is no template. The problem for this one is there is no template for making the glycoside or oligosaccharides, and then even multiple enzymes are coded for one single glycan. If you want to make a glycan of pentamer, you have to worry about several different genes and then all. And Leloir, who got the Nobel Prize for identifying that UDPs and then all that, they are very difficult to alter. They are fundamental pathways, but they are very difficult to move forward. Okay. So then what is there in the literature is you can uncontrolled metabolic profiling or metabolic labeling or metabolic engineering. You put something as input and then try to see where it is getting expressed. That is pioneered by Colin Bertozzi and all. Or otherwise you have a cell surface which is modified with a lot of glycans, and then you put one more unit to that by some kind of enzyme machinery. And you will be ultimately settling down to laborious practices and then a lot of things, and ultimately you will get a few milligrams if you are lucky. Most often you will get about few micrograms per liter. Okay, so now what we wish to do, if you have a trisaccharide, how do I in one part, I shall be able to put one glucose or some other sugar residue into that one. Okay, how do we insert that one? So the inspiration comes from when the challenge is very big, any small solution also can potentially become big. That's the only thing that we have. Okay. So what we want to do is, we are now coming up to the stage where sister technique we call it, that is nothing but cut, insert and stitch. So you take a trisaccharide and use the principles which are existing in the literature and cut the bond between two sugar residues in a selective manner, and then bring another one which has got an orthogonally activatable leaving group. Then I shall be able to conduct the reaction between the left-hand side disaccharide with the leaving group with what is there on the arrow, so that I will be able to make a trisaccharide with the leaving group. And then what we do is, the next thing is, anyway the aglycone is already present, then I can activate the second leaving group so that I will be able to stitch it again, so that I will be able to get a tetrasaccharide. Let's see what we did. So we took this trisaccharide. The reason for that is that it's well known that the carbocation that is forming at the anomeric position or C1 position is stabilized or destabilized because of the presence of what is there at the C2 position. Okay, C2 position is nothing but a benzoate in the red case where it is not favorable, so I just put it red color. And then the other cases, when you have a benzyl ether, it will be pushing the electrons, and then because of that it will be stabilized. So that means that when you have the benzyl group, you will have the ability to, that particular bond becomes weaker, And because of that, we will be able to cleave off that bond. And whereas if you have a benzoate, then we will not be able to cleave that. So that subtle difference we wanted to use to cut that one. Once we cut whatever the intermediate that is forming, then we want to trap that with paratoluene sulf, whatever, toluene, paratoluene, thiol, or mercaptan. And we cut that, make the next disaccharide with a leaving group, and followed by that, then what we did, we used our chemistry here, and where now what we do, we will be activating the thiotol with the NIS silver triplet so that I could get the trisaccharide, and in the same part, there is a leftover, this particular aglycone is already present, so then we stitch this one so that we will be able to get now the tetrasaccharide. So which was all possible. So what we did basically is that we converted a trisaccharide into a tetrasaccharide, and all this one we can do it in single pot. Okay, and this kind of reactions, many more reactions are there, even in not only in carbohydrate chemistry. Now we are exploring for other domains of organisms. For example, there are several reactions which can be used for making this ring expansions, ring contractions, and all. Okay. So what is this story? So now if you see the top one, that is nothing but the tetrasaccharide standard, and then we have done the HPLC profiling and then all that, and then we have the nice mass spec studies also been done, and to prove that, I would say that we can now confidently say that this sister technology is going to be viable for editing of glycans. Okay, so now it's not only about single glycan. So what we also have done is that you can put whatever piece that you want. We have a pentasaccharide we have inserted, okay, or a pentasaccharide with the branching thing. Still, we can do that. So what happens in these cases is that these are present as in the Mycobacterium tuberculosis. Still, remember that beard guy who was weird at that point of time, and the vital portion is nothing but the mannoses that we have taken. So we, anyway, essentially what we did is that we introduced the mycobacterial glycan into the viral thing. Okay. So working with you, Dr. Gurjar, it was a transformative thing. We all come like with some small seed or some whatever kid in our mind to join for PhD. What you did is that you enabled us to grow in our lives. And in the process, we got PhDs, and then we also produced PhDs, and wish you a very, very long, happy, healthy life. On behalf of all the your former students and all, I will be very happy, and I wish you a very cherished life ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Hota, for that nice talk. Actually, as per the plan, he was supposed to talk for 15 minutes, and then he said, I will finish within few minutes, and I will keep it brief and funny. But it turned out to be serious as well as funny at the same time. So because of that reason, we didn't say that please chair to introduce him. So still, now may I request Dr. Argade to please come forward and present a memento to Dr. Hota. Thank you, Dr. Hota. May I request Argay sir to please stay back, and both the chairs of previous session please come forward. Maize sir and Dr. Gopalan, please come forward. Sir, please wait. Yeah, sorry. Sir, may I request Director Dr. Lele to present a moment to all the chairs. Yeah. Dr. Lele, please. Yeah, you take. Yeah. Yeah. To thank you. Dr. Gopalan, Dr. Argare, a memento from NCL to Dr. Mari, Dr. Gopalan, and Dr. Argare. Dr. Argare. Please give a big hand to all the speakers and chairs of today's session. Now, now we'll have a quick break and please join back again in 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think now it's good. Yeah, please come forward and sit. Good morning to all of you. I don't want to say good afternoon because still we have to go for a long. Yes. See, after listening to the morning presentations of Dr. Ramarao and Dr. Ganesh Pandey, I was reminded about a small quote. What it says is, those who can keep the ability of seeing the beauty, they will be always young. And in the same way, I think actually the synthetic chemist who can really, who practice and also who can feel the beauty of total synthesis, they will be always young, which is evident actually. Dr. Ramarao almost stand for 1.5 hours. And with the enthusiasm that he spoke, that tells that actually the most of the synthetic chemists, whoever all practice the total synthesis, they will be always young. Anyway, with these few words, now I invite Dr. Srinivas Hota to carry the felicitation program of today's. Yeah, before that, first I would like to invite Madam to occupy the seat. No? No,
Of course, you'll be followed. Ladies first.
no, woman is always first.
No, ladies first.
Yes. Oh. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you very much for joining this particular important session. And it's a great privilege for me. And I thank Dr. Ramana and others for giving me the opportunity to do this particular thing, which I think everybody avoided to do that. But because for whatever reason, they chose me to do this particular anchoring thing, which I am also not very comfortable, but I try to do my best. Okay. Let's see. What's that?
I said already, whatever.
Yeah. It's okay. I mean, it's very short distance. Camera chahiye kya? Okay, so then I cannot move. Without moving, how do we talk? I mean, yeah, okay. Okay, I'm sure that, I mean, yesterday Dr. Gurjar has completed that 69th year of his life, and then he is going to enter into the septuagenarian thing, and then which is going to be very significant. And for majority of us, I don't know how many of us will be fortunate to enter into such kind of a thing, but for whatever reason, and because he has, and he is going to enjoy the septuagenarian thing for almost 10 years. Let's do some clap. So to keep you not to sleep, actually. Okay. So over the last several 3-4 decades, I think Dr. Gurjar has done amazing things. No matter what it is, first of all, before we start, I just want to say on behalf of all the students who worked with him, I seek your blessings or whatever that, because we took a lot of his time and kept him away from your regular family life and all. Because whatever for what his commitment to science or technology, I don't see any difference between science and technology, applied, basic, and all these things. There is a problem, and we have to solve that. That's what he is. And then the problems he solved have created impact in the world, and several lives are saved, especially with the kind of AIDS drugs that he has developed processes for. I think, I mean, I don't know how many people must have been saved because of that. I think Dr. Ramarao will be right one to tell the exact numbers, but I don't know the exact numbers. But what I hear from Dr. Hamid is that I think the kind of triimmune thing that you said, or the cocktail drugs thing that was possible only because, yeah, 20 million and above. That's what I mean. That's the kind of number. I don't think that we will be able to touch in anybody's life to such kind of a large body of people. With that, and to do that one, he has to spend quite a lot of time in the lab and then travel and then so many things for what he has committed his life. And that has shown its dividend. So we, on behalf of all the students, I say that thank you very much for giving us his time to us. Okay. Okay. So I know that all of you have something or the other to say, but towards the end of it, we will see how many more want to speak. But I have contacted, over the last 24 hours or something, I have asked several people who can speak and who do not want to speak or who wants to avoid to speak. And some people are cleverly saying that, let me refrain from talking. Okay, so some people have said, I will talk. Okay, so over the last 30, 40 years, he started his career, I guess. I could not find anybody from his Aspinall group or in King's College group or in the Nagpur group, Nagpur University group. So I cannot call anybody. So I'll start from NCL, where he started his journey as initially as pool officer, and then he became scientist, and then he grew from here. So I now call upon Dr. Nathu to say a few words. Share a few words about his experience with, he calls him as not Gurjar, but you call him as Mukund, right? Yeah, but your Mukund.
I will be allowed to say.
Yeah, please.
Industry. My association with Mukund and Gurjar family goes back to about 40 years, and it's very difficult to narrate the broad spectrum of 40 years in a span of about 5 minutes that were given to me. I hope so.
Oh, 5. Yeah.
That is good enough. Yeah. And in 1982 or 83, a young boy, young enthusiastic boy entered into the basement of NCL, if I remember correctly. People, the so-called carbohydrate or sugar chemistry were there for the namesake. And nobody must have heard more than monosaccharides. And at the most revolutionary were disaccharides. And in that atmosphere, when he said that he will start working on sugars, people were really apprehensive. But later on, I'm very happy in a very positive sense. He proved everybody to be this one and did his job. I must, people will have talked about his carbohydrates, drug development, and all other things. I would like to just say few things about which are his quality. I don't have to talk about the leadership qualities because that he has already shown in MQR or in NCL or anything else. What I give most credit to him, that after going to industry also, he has never forgotten the basic chemistry, and he has kept his quest or the quest for the knowledge alive. When you have anxiety, you ask the question, how? So that he must be answering the question in the morning. But when it comes to production, everybody has to say, nobody asks you how. They say anyhow. So this was the difference between his morning and afternoon sessions in MQR, between how and MHow. So this was the thing. Only two other qualities which I came across, where number thing, he gives the sense of participation to everybody. Let him be a assistant who will be working with him for 1 year or 6 months or 4 years. He gives that kind of sense of participation. And that was this I learned from him, let me tell you very frankly. And although he knows how to get the job done as a leader, but this was one. Second was, he believes in delegation of powers. Myself, I am also a beneficiary to some extent in that case. But he delegates the power, and once he delegates the power, he doesn't ask how he is doing and all other things. That is one good thing. He has really, his achievements are, I must say, Himalayan achievements, is really tremendous in terms of when people talk of translational research, basic research, and they try to fight. here is a unique example who has gone ahead and conquered both the areas simultaneously. That is the most important. So really, hats off to you, Mukund, for this. This would not have been possible with the active contribution from the family, because when you are so much of dedicated and you achieve so many plus things, there are some, in order to strike the balance, so equal equal credit is due to you, Medha, and to the family for this. That is for sure. So this is all what I wanted to say. But today is the cricket match between India and Pakistan. So let me wish him in those terms. Let him score a century in all the three types of games. T20, that is product development, where it is urgent and it has to be delivered. 50-50, process development, a pre-step to that. And the third is the test, where he has to go long way, either in oligosaccharides or drug discovery. So I wish you that you score century in all the three types of game. Fly, let your small molecule fly across the globe. Let the number in, generally it is a said that aapki din hue हजार or us din kya, something of that sort. So similarly, let the number of oligosaccharides be in 1,000, and each will have more than 100 members. COSA, if I am correct. COSA is the name given. All oligos may be 100% pure. That means that keeps your health. Let all the bulky groups may be removed to keep you healthy, but without losing the health or the protecting groups. Mukund, you have made several oligonucleotides and oligosaccharides and several big molecules. But you yourself is a very stingy man. Why I call you stingy? In your family is quite balanced. It has only two monomers, Mukund and Medha M. But with a perfect balance of appropriate balance of contribution of two enantiomers, R stands for Rohan and S for Shweta. That makes a perfect family of two monosaccharides and both the two enantiomers. So I wish Mukund and Medha all the best, and all the Gurjar family on my personal behalf and on behalf of all the people sitting here. I would like to wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
So while at NCL, a lot of students, and then he contributed significantly. So now I'll call upon Dr. Vijay Patil, who worked. So there is another trait. You please keep coming so that there will not be any time waste. Okay. So the thing is, there are a lot of people who say that I am the first one to work with Dr. Gurjar, or I am the first one to work with Dr. Gurjar. But finally, we found that he is the one who actually worked with Dr. Gurjar for the first time in NCL, please.
Morning, everybody. Before I say anything, I wish Dr. Gurjar and Madam, wish Dr. Gurjar in particular a very happy birthday. The story started in 1982 when I had joined Dr. Amrao's group. And like everybody else, he said, you don't know anything, so work on industrial projects. That is true. We come from MSc, fresh from the university. We just see some beaker, some conical flask, which used to be there even in the university level. And that is what we knew. What to do exactly, that is what we started learning when you come to institute like NCL. I came as raw as possible. Then for almost 1 year, I shifted to various projects because he thought I should get trained, and that is how. Early in 1983, when, like he has already pointed out, he started thinking about making the L-Danosamine. Then one fine day he called me, Patil, you have to do this. I said, sir, what is that? No, you have to make L-downstream. There is Dr. Gurjar. You just go and talk to him. I said, fine, sir, I will do, because understanding the structure of glucose itself was difficult in those days for me. Starting from there and learning carbohydrate chemistry was a tremendous amount of journey. He called me and told me, then Dr. Gurjar joined, and then he said, look, Patil is here. And for 1 year, he has worked with us. And I feel he has his hands on the table. So let us get started working. So I went first I was working in 141, but then later on, when Dr. Gurjar had moved to the basement, I went to the basement. Let's call it underground. What happened? The basement, I was the richest guy because there were 8 tables, fully equipped. And I never needed vacuum pressure because the water pressure came so good that anything could be distilled out without putting a lot of efforts. This luxury I had throughout my PhD career. Then Dr. Gurjar started, look, Patil, we have to do this. And he wrote a lot of structures. I never understood anything in the beginning because they are all carbohydrates. My connection with carbohydrates is the glucose and one structure you write in the exam and you forget about it. So I started, what is this? What is this? Slowly, he walked me through the reactions. Now, the carbohydrate chemistry, rather the chemists like things to see crystalline. And all I used to get always is gummy material. You concentrate and you get a gummy material. Then slowly, I learned those things also. So I went through the synthesis of L-donosamine, and this D-glucosamine was used to be there. And in that sense also I was richest because a lot of material used to be there. And you go on trying till you get the stuff right. So every step he used to be always there around. No, we have to do this way. No, we have to do that. Don't bother about the yields. We'll see later on. But later on again, you have to make it. So that's how I started learning carbohydrate chemistry. Slowly I understood the structures also, the changes, although the stereo centers. He walked me through all those steps. And at the end of the almost 8 to 9 months, we had somewhere the L-donosamine in sight. Because then Dr. Amrao had suggested, no, you have to make some quantity. Don't come with that vial thing. Another particular thing is that Dr. Ingle was there. I don't know how many of you remember him in the basement. Whenever I used to do that, he used to come and ask, how many milligrams you have? I always used to say, sir, some 100 milligrams is there. Don't even come and tell me. I said, sir, we are exploring. What is this? You should see the material crystalline and then only you should tell you have done something. Now it is a tough job for a non-carbohydrate chemist to understand the whole thing and then again make it in gram scale. It was still stuff, but he has assured, don't bother. Let's make and see what happens at the end of the day. So finally we got L-donosamine. Then he had set his sight on a little bit more ambitious product. 2-fluoro-2-deoxy L-donosamine. He says we can make it by this method only and we should go around it. What happened? When there is nothing at the 2 position, the reactions were simple, but fluoro coming in, it started becoming difficult. Any other step you go further, the fluoro either used to activate or sometimes the reactions used to be sluggish. We walked through that also, and finally we were the first one, if you remember, published the paper carrying 2-fluoro-donosamine. It was appreciated very much. Sir said, very nice, make a few things and keep like that. Project after project, he went on educating me. And finally, there were several other things we did together. One thing important I would like to tell you, he made me understand the beauty of working with carbohydrate chemistry, or rather the sugar molecules. They appear complex, not easy to handle. This is the first impression I got, like everybody. But the more I went on working on that, I realized to have absolute stereo control of any molecule, these are the simplest tools you can have. You go on developing and there was no limit. That is what he taught me. And ever onwards later, I kept on using the carbohydrate intermediates in my various explorative things abroad here or elsewhere. And whatever I did later on, my mind always went back to the first things I learned in the lab with him. Dr. Gurjar, I would like to thank you for all those things you taught to me. Once again, I wish you all the best for your career.
So while at NCL, he has continuously worked and engaged with the industry to develop either processes or products or different types of things. So among all those efforts, I would now call upon Dr. B Gopalan, who was then at Glenmark and then currently he is here with us. So to share a few thoughts about his experience with Dr. Gurjar.
I was neither a product of NCL nor a student of Dr. Gurjar, but my association with Dr. Gurjar dates back from Glenmark days in the year 2000, where we had a project called protein tyrosine phosphatase 1B inhibitors for diabetes, because the Glenmark was basically a drug discovery company. Theoretically, they could not invest in drug discovery because it's a white elephant and uncertainty. It takes long years. But still, 50 crores only the turnover was there, that Glenmark, and they invested something 20 crores in these drug discovery efforts. So during that, the PTB1B was a very difficult target. And even today, not even a single compound has come to the market through this mechanism. But excellent target, still people are working on. And the molecules are very complex. And some of the analogs which showed activity in our system, we hypothesized several analogs using the molecular modeling and protein structure and all. And he was kind enough to help us in the synthesis of all those compounds. Some of them came to fruition. And one striking thing about Dr. Gurjar is, as Nathu said, Nathu or Hota Sab, I have early memory loss probably, but he was the one who is extremely good in delegating the work and guiding them properly. So at that time, Dr. Ramana was coordinating our efforts, and then with Desh Pandey, I don't remember the initials, VH Deshpande and Kalkote, with these two people, he was able to make all the analogs on time. And he was very particular that all these industry projects should have a timeline, and he was sticking to it, and he made excellent progress. So we also sponsored a number of projects with him. And the second thing very important about him is he inculcated the culture of innovation, because in invention, he was not focusing much at that time, because invention is any idea that works. But innovation is something how to make it practical and wealth creation. So in that, he was focusing on the innovative part. That was evidenced by, first, he invited the innocentive people to have a workshop in NCL. The innocentive was I don't know how many of you are familiar with the innocentive.com, promoted by Eli Lilly company. It is like a global brainstorming. They get all the ideas for a small price. They will also give what they want, and also they will give you the money. Money part is given there, how many dollars you will get and all. So people have to give ideas. They can make money by giving ideas, and it is useful for them. Because so many ideas come, but they all belong to Eli Lilly company who promoted this, and he invited them to NCL and conducted the innocentive people. And that was the conference we attended, and we could use that methodology to make the 7-formyl-indole we made, because that was given in the innocentive.com. And we used all our efforts to make it in 5 working days. We made the compound, And we have to send, in some cases, theoretically it is okay. In some cases, the more money will be there if you make the compound at least 1 gram. So we sent it to them, 1 gram, and all the other people, so many people would have sent. But our compound was selected by Innocentive. First time, $75,000, we got the 1 gram of 7-formyl indole. That was the first payout by Innocentive to Glenmark in India. Then so many people have done later, but he was the person who introduced that Innocentive. He is an extremely, and another thing is, very few people dare to work with carbohydrate chemistry. Even today, a handful of people only they do both basic and applied research in carbohydrate chemistry. And he has been very versatile in that carbohydrate. And he contributed enormously. And another thing is he is always smiling. He has never shown his face at all. I don't know, the students should be able to judge him better. But I have never seen him getting angry at all at any point. Everything cool he was, and he used, with a smile, he used to carry out everything. And he is not only outstanding in science, and he is an outstanding human being, which is also very important, and he is very humble. So with these qualities, there is no wonder that he has achieved so much. And that is evidenced by the total number of students enthusiastically coming and sharing their experiences with him. It's really a great moment anybody would expect. Yes, a scientist who has worked both in research and also in the industry. And with the mentorship of Dr. A.V. Ramarao, and he was able to have a contact with the CIPLA. And in the morning, he talked about AZT. That was the first anti-HIV compound. And they developed a solvent system for extracting. And vincristine, vinblastine also, they had contributed a lot in this. And that was taken up by CIPLA. When I was in Glaxo, that time also the IICT, I don't know whether you were in IICT or NCL, I don't remember. But they made a single step phosphorylation because that was under price control, the beta-methazone. So, but at the same time, any government policy, there will be some loopholes. So they said that if R&D reduces the price by innovation by 10%, it can be taken out of price control. And that was the bread and butter for Glaxo. And they could take it out of price control if you have a novel process, cost-effective process. It should be 10% at least cost effectiveness should be there. So Glaxo was doing in the alcohol, the primary alcohol in the steroid, basically in the beta-methazone. They convert it to a mesylate and then iodide and then the monophosphate. That is what they were doing. And there was a single report saying that phosphorylation by pyrophosphoryl chloride, dexamethasone, Wyeth patented that compound. Only for dexamethasone they patented. Dexamethasone and beta-methazone, only the beta-methyl and alpha-methyl, they are different. So other than that, the alcohol is not going to be affected. So when they made the compound with the pyrophosphoryl chloride, in a single step, they were able to make the phosphate, avoiding the 2 unit processes. And that was developed by Dr. Glaxo, sponsored with him about 10 lakhs at that time. And they were doing it. And still a patentable, it is a very good example of patentable, not patentable, but they can use it. Because the dexamethasone was not in their patent, there was no claim for beta-methazone. So it can be freely taken, that methodology. And finally, through IICT, we were able to get it out of price control. With that, they made 39 crores of rupees in a very short time. So that was possible under his mentorship, and he has mentored so many people like Dr. Gurjar, Dr. Yadav, so many other people. And the more important thing is they were very receptive to whatever the freedom that is given by they were enjoying. They were not exploiting the freedom. All people were, of course, it's very difficult under Ramarao to exploit and just do, but he will always be at your back all the time. And the only person I know is outstanding scientist, an outstanding human being, and that is why he could achieve so much. And I have all praise for him right from day one when I met him. And I wish you two all the best and robust health, longevity with continued happiness in your life. And just as Dr. Nathu said, you should complete the Kanakabhishekam, that is 100 years of life. Thank you.
Okay, while at NCL, he was leading the OCT division as we all know that one. Later, it became Organic Chemistry division. And there was another Organic Chemistry division, which was called as the Organic Chemistry Synthesis division, which was headed by Professor Ganesh. So he sent a message to Dr. Ramana that he's unable to come, but he asked us to read out his message to Dr. Gurjar. Here it is. I thoroughly enjoyed working with Mukund while I was heading the other organic division and learned so much about scalable drug synthesis through industrially appropriate chemical reactions. He has made monumental contributions and original contributions not only in academic chemistry realms, but also in drug synthesis and manufacture. He also has trained a large number of students who are following his trades. He is an excellent role model for young organic chemists aspiring to make a mark in chemistry. Personally, I have always enjoyed his company, easygoing life, and a great sense of humor. I wish him all the best on his 70th birthday. Okay. So, along with this one, while at ISCT and continued in NCL itself, there was one collaboration that was done with Cytomed and earlier with Abbott and then so many other places too. And one person who is behind all that particular activity or his continued association with Rat Gurjar is he's yet another Mukund. His name is Mukund Chorgade. So he could not come here. So he said that to play out some kind of a video here. Yeah, can you roll out that one? Only voice. Yeah. So with that, I think he's done, right? Yeah. Okay. So while at NCL, he has lot of people have got benefited because of his association with youngsters. One among them is Dr. Amol Kulkarni. May I call upon Dr. Amol Kulkarni to share a few words, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I wish very happy birthday to Dr. Gurjar. My first interaction, many of you might be wondering why I'm here. How do why I'm called here? Okay. So my first, when I joined NCL, so I started working on, I was exploring flow chemistry in the beginning. So when I met Dr. B Kulkarni after joining, he told me you need to choose the right reactions, and the best person whom you should meet for this is Dr. Gurjar. Why don't you meet him? I was a little worried, and because when I checked his profile, talked to a few more colleagues, they told me very disciplined person. You have to be on time when you want to meet him, and take very little time when you want to talk to him. So I went to meet him. It was totally different in the sense, yes, he was very open. We had a very good discussion, and after talking to him, he told me a few name reactions, etc. I had stopped learning organic chemistry after my second year of chemical engineering. So I came back, opened the book, and I realized, okay, so this is something difficult. I went to meet him again, and I told him probably I need to do MSc again. Probably I have to do MSc chemistry. And how should I? Can I? Is it allowed? And he's like, no, that's not required. Let me solve that problem. And he made me get in touch with Dr. Arya Joshi, where the thing started. And he told me that you do what you are good at, rest we will take care. So I think this was a little long journey. It wouldn't have started unless I had met you. And with Dr. Arya Joshi, we had lot of work done together. And this is where the things started moving. The chemistry actually started flowing in NCL. And two things I also felt very nice that discipline brings prosperity. And many of his colleagues told me that you have to be a little disciplined when you look at him and the way he works, the way he delivers any discussion with you, whatever that he talks to you, you realize afterward that it has a long-term implication. And I found that it was true. One more thing, when I also heard that he plays tennis every morning, I was a little bit kind of, okay, so such a big person, profile person, and playing tennis morning in every morning was not very, I had not seen it before. But then over the time, as I continued my interaction with him and so on, I felt like he had mentioned to me once that do what you like and enjoy what you do. So I think he also follows the same principle, which we also should follow. So thank you, Hota, for me inviting me here. I wish you, Dr. Gurja, again, a very happy life. Thank you.
So now, as we all know that he has a long list of students who have been mentored by him, and then so there were two sets of people. One set got PhDs from IICT, and then the other set got from NCL, and then the third set also emerged after a lot of people. I mean, like from MCure also, he has guided so many people. So now there is one who is here who started his journey in IICT and then continued to come here and then continued his PhD completed. May I call upon Dr. Sridhar Reddy to come here? You. Yeah. He used to be very vocal about that. Right now, he is in one major biotech company based in Hyderabad. If you want to use this one, this is fine. Otherwise, you can use that mic too. Yeah. Oh, you have to come here, I think. So because they have to show it up.
Okay, thank you. So my journey started with Dr. Gurjar in IICT. IICT in 1997 actually. So I met him and I think Dr. Lalita took me to him to join his group. And
He took me directly to the director's office on the same day, and we filled the form. And I think the same day I joined in his group. So we started working in, I think, in site amendment project there. Then, yeah, I moved here in 1998, later 98. So after he moved here, after 6 months, I came here, and I worked in different projects and with Dr. Ramana and him also. So yeah, thank you, Doctor. And yeah, I learned the major thing from him is his leadership qualities. So I like his leadership qualities, and that is very helpful in going forward. And I am right now in working in a private company, but still I'm like I like his leadership qualities, and I'm using regularly still now. So yes, I think that is the reason somebody gave my name to Dr. Hota. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, fine. So thank you, Dr. Gurjar, and yeah, and I wish you a very happy, healthy life. Thank you.
Anyway, so now I call upon Sahu and Gokarneshwar Sahu. Yeah.
Respected chairs, and of course, respected sir and ma'am. I first wish you a very happy birthday, and I hope you let us celebrate this every 5 years or 10 years and complete your century. I'm very happy since yesterday because I get to meet everyone here. And so, first time I came 2001, and Dr. Mahapatra, he is like my elder brother, Devendra Bhai, I call him. So he took me to him, and I saw this bright face, handsome man. And I don't know what he saw in me, but he told, yeah, he seems good. And luckily, and he has got his specs, so working in organic lab will be safe for him. And then just started my chemistry. And as Professor Natu told, he's very non-selective in taking students. That is because in the next year, 2002, I think 22 students joined under him. But as Professor Natu told, he knows anyhow. So he takes anybody and make them good. And that is kind of obvious if we see these happy and successful faces in the audience. And I really thank sir for this. And about chemistry, of course, we had not much interaction because I think he was getting busy. And luckily we had, like he and Professor Jadhav was two pillars of Professor Rao, Rama Rao. And we had Dr. Ramana and Dr. Mahapatra, two pillars of him. And we were lucky to work with them. Dr. Mahapatra was very fast. He keeps time. And Ramana sir was very cool. So it was kind of good that we interacted with both of them and continued our work and probably in time. And we kind of, I think we have got good success looking at these people. We have been very successful in our careers. And thank you, sir. Then one more thing is, of course, sir allowed me and Roji, who is my wife now. And I remember when I took her, sir, she has qualified. So yeah, you take her. I don't have any problem. So we worked, and kind of then in 2006, I remember once sir told, I don't want my students to get married during PhD because once you get married, you don't come after dinner, and then your work gets work gets hampered. Then I went to sir, and sir told sir something. Okay, he mentioned that okay, if you marry among the group, it's okay. So in few months, I went to his home, and then I told sir something has happened, and we are going to get married. Then he told her, you took advantage of my statement that day. But don't get married. Then somehow Medha ma'am convinced him, and they approved and allowed us to marry. And okay, we are married ever since, and then we are doing fine in our lives. So thank you, sir, for that. And of course, finally, I wish you really the very best. And you be this handsome, you be this cheerful whole your life, and we get to meet again and again. Thank you, sir.
Okay, needless to say that, of course, he has already taken away my words, and then ultimately now I'll call upon Dr. Gurjar's another student who happens to be a female, but now I call upon Rosie to speak a few words because he has already introduced and set the stage for. I mean, organic chemists rarely take. I mean, we see rarely some female students working in the lab, and she is one of the enterprising girls who could enter into the lab of Dr. Gurjar. I think she is one of the very early ones. And so, yeah, stage for you.
So first of all, I wish you very happy birthday and greetings to everyone present here. So I guess Sahu has taken his word literally, and once had this inhibition that people will not work as seriously after they get married. I think he became more serious afterwards. So, to prove his words, prove him wrong. So he has become more serious and works harder than ever. And if I remember, I was one of the final batches who joined Dr. Gurjar. And yeah, we used to get little bit less interaction with him. But anyway, my lab was just in front of sir's office. So one of my first direct interaction after like couple of months or something, I was staring at column and maybe lost in my thoughts somewhere. And sir had seen me from the door and he told, Rosie, your honeymoon period is over. So yeah, it has been kind of a rocky relationship with PhD, just like life. So sometimes you get frustrated and you think, okay, it's over. And then you see one clean TLC or purified column compounds, a clean NMR, then you are back to the relationship. So yeah, it has been very interesting journey with him, and I think we'll be in touch in some way or other, and we are very proud of you. Thank you.
Yeah, and then I think Sahu and Roji have become inspiration for yet another set of people. And may I now call upon Sitaram to come and then say a few words. And then followed by Sabita. Yeah.
Good afternoon to all of you. First, I would like to thank Director NCL for allowing this event and giving us opportunity to visit NCL and to celebrate this function. I also thanks to Dr. C.B. Ramana and his team for contributing for success of this function. And I wish you, sir, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Actually, I entered in the NCL in 2002. My teacher, Professor C.S. Pandey, he's from IIT Kanpur. He has been recommended to me to join with the Dr. Gurjar. So I met him. So sir has agreed to take up me. So I joined. So first I started 2 industry project, 2-3 steps, and I have successfully completed. And also whenever final compound to be delivered, sir has told your hand is very good. So I impressed. I will do well because I would like to be a synthetic chemist. So after some days, he has given a molecules, very big molecules, that is amplinolide E, that contains 8 chiral centers and 19 member macrolides. And there is a 3 conjugated diene was there. So that is very difficult to handle because it will isomerize either in basic condition or in acidic conditions. So sir has given that has been isolated in the JAX. So we have gone for the how will be synthesized. I don't know anything. So we come with the Dr. Ramana as well as Dr. Mahapatra. Sir, both team will discuss with the sir. Then sir has suggested you start with the glucose. Just 2-3 lines he has written. I didn't understand anything because how the 8 chiral center will come with the 3, but I didn't understand. So Dr. Ramana and Dr. Mahapatra ji also there at that time. So 3 days I searched how we can make that molecules. Where I will make, you start in glucose. So which center will come? There are beta methyl was there, beta hydroxy is there, 3 hydrogens are seen. How it will come? I do not have any idea. So sir is given the idea. So we have drawn the synthesis, retrosynthetic part we have drawn. And we had gone to the sir. So probably we have, then for time to time, I understand the scheme. So we have completed, but one part we have completed, another part when we have to join with the esterification, that time the side chain is diene. So diene is isomerizing, that alpha methyl group is isomerizing. It's very difficult to manage. So we have published first that molecules from the NCL from our group, and later on some other groups I have published, and I have learned many more from this. First thing, I have learned from this 2002 to 2008, the leadership quality from the sir. Sir is taking whole team from the OCT division to carry out the synthesis as well as the industrial project. Each scientist are involved, we feel, and whole team is carried out the industrial project. Daily meeting was going on. We have seen, we have also working. So we have learned the leadership quality during PhD. Then transformations, very clear transformation and communications, everything. And we both have seen, both team will sit, will discuss which will be good, which will be bad, which will be easily we can access. So our team, our groups continuously working on that. Then result is automatically, it is coming. Quick action, immediate. Sir will tell immediate you will do it. Immediate today. And during last 2002 and 2008, we never face any problem during the infrastructures, during the financial activity, during the implementation of this project, and we didn't face anything. If any problem, so immediately resolved. So we are getting many more training from sir, and also we have in Kotak, we are in Ravenshaw University. So we heard that it is celebrating in NCL. So whenever it is going on in NCL, any event, anything, and also we come to the visit the NCL, and also we will be happy to see the only smiling face of Dr. Gurjar, and it will give me not me, all of you give lot of energy to do more work for the society, for the state, for the country. And lastly, I'll thanks all of you, and I wish you, sir, happy to you and your family for happy and peaceful life. Thank you all.
Okay, now Sabita.
Very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I wish a very happy birthday, sir. I wish a very happy, healthy, prosperous life ahead. So before coming to NCL, actually I was working in IMMT Bhubaneswar in a organic project. So there actually one of my seniors said me about Dr. Akhil Sahu, who was working with Dr. Ganesh Pandey. So I talked with Dr. Akhil Sahu, and I have taken the email address of Dr. Pandey, and I emailed him. But at that time, he replied immediately that there was no vacancy in his group. So he cannot means take me. So after actually Dr. Akhil Sahu said me, Dr. Mahapatra joined in Dr. Gurjar's group. You can talk to him. So I talked actually Dr. Mahapatra, and he said you can come and meet Dr. Gurjar. So I came here, and he introduced me. And Gurjar sir said actually it's true that he's non-selective. He never ask anything. Just he say yes, you can join in my group. So after that, I went my home back again. When I came, that time Dr. Mahapatra was absent. He was out of station, and Gurjar sir called Dr. Ramana and said, yeah, you see, you give her some. I am interested in some alin chemistry, and you give this chemistry to her. So then he has written some scheme, and Dr. Ramana described me what I have to do. So then I joined in 209 lab, and my friend actually Tushar, he helped me to how to make GDA, glucose diacetonide, and how to do the oxidation reaction, all these things. And after that, I was struggling for making the alin. And up to 1.5 year, almost most of the times I used to cry because every times I used to carry an acetylene cylinder, and I used to make every times I used to occupy a full fume hood and to generate the acetylene grignard, but I failed every times. So after 1.5 years struggling, I became succeeded to make the acetylene grignard reactions with the GDA keto, and after that I made the alane. So meanwhile, after that, whenever I synthesized the alane, then with Dr. Ramna, again I went to him. He said, you give a molecule where she can utilize the alane chemistry. He has given me a sembranoid, which is very complex one. Actually, that was a tetracyclic and strained molecule. So then actually after that, there was a ring closing metathesis reaction was there. And since the molecule was very strained, every times I used to get the polymer. And then most of the times I cried. Almost 2 years passed. I didn't able to make the ring closing metathesis. But whenever I used to ask Groves catalyst, sir was keeping Groves catalyst with him. So he used to give little to everybody, but he used to give me full because I was crying all the times. So, so sometimes he said, just jokingly, he said, Savita, you are consuming lot of Groves catalyst. I said, sir, please allow me to leave that project. I can't continue because I am trying all the times and I am really consuming a lot, but actually I'm not able to make the ring closing reactions. He said, no, you have to continue that one, no problem. How much you want, you can take. So after that, most of the times I did many trials, and up to 2.5 years, I didn't able to make that reactions. And whenever actually Dr. Ramna supported me most of the times when I used to cry, he used to console me a lot, and he used to say me, you see, Sabita, later on you will realize the impact of negative result. So that will help you a lot. So negative reactions gives a lot of experience, and that way you will be succeed in future. So that gives me some types of inspiration, and he is very cool man. So again I used to start the reaction. So 6-7 steps every week I will do. then I will do the ring closing metathesis, I will fail, I will cry, then I will go to Dr. Rana. That's the story continued. After 2.5 years, once I have summarized how many times I tried the reaction, what changes I made, everything I summarized, and I went to Dr. Ramna, sir, we will go to Dr. Gurjar, and I will say, I will not continue this one. Then he said, okay, let us move. Then we went to him, and I said everything. Then I said, no, sir, I will not do this reaction. Please give me some other scheme. Then he said, he was angry, and he said, just pack your luggage, go back to your home. Why you came from such a long distance? Who said you to come to you here? There was in IMT Bhubaneswar was there. You can continue there. Why you came? And this year, in Diwali, I will not allow you to go home. That's all. You just, if you want to continue this project, you continue. Otherwise, pack your luggage, go back. So that year also, he didn't allow me to go to my home. So then actually, one day I was thinking what I will do so that my product will be formed, so that my 2.5 year time will not go waste. So I was thinking a lot. One day I thought, whatever reaction I am doing, the starting metal, whatever I am making one day before the reaction, I will do everything in one day. So I came morning 6 o'clock. I did a cyclization reactions with silver nitrate. Then I did column. Then by the time I made dry toluene, and I did everything that day. And I remember my friend Gorak was there. I didn't went to hostel for lunch. He brought some patties for me, and I was full day was there. So then actually in the night, 9 o'clock, I remember I have checked the TLC, and I found like all the times that polymeric spot is coming, with that one dot like spot came. So I saw, wow, something, oh my God, I got a dot. That means something might be there. So actually then immediately I started, I have brought some, means I syringe out some ml, and I immediately I started doing the column, and that compound I have taken to NMR room. Luckily, my senior Siddharth was there, and instead of doing his NMR, he helped me doing my NMR, and he said, you just draw the molecule. I have drawn that molecule, and then he said, yeah, your molecule has been formed. So instead of doing that, his 13C NMR, he was supposed to put it overnight sample, but instead of doing his sample, he did my sample, and he said, tomorrow morning go to Dr. Gurjar with this NMR. I went to with that NMR, and when he has seen, he was very happy, and he carried the NMR and went to 182 lab directly, and he had shown everybody that, you see, she succeeded. You see, she succeeded. That was the great day for me, and I learned actually I actually learned that consistency is the major factor to win. And from Dr. Ramna also, I learned how to become a patientful, how to acquire the patience. And also I have learned from Dr. Mahapatra that to work freedomfully, he has given me opportunity to make a molecule natural product asymmetrin with many stereo centers, and the way I wanted to do, I have prepared the scheme, he allowed me. So this is a very magical ground. I should give a big thanks to Dr. Gurjar, Dr. Ramna, Dr. Mahapatra, and this ground gives me a lot of confidence for which I am able to stand in Revensa. Thank you all. I wish again a very happy and successful life.
Okay, thank you, Savita. So, Dr. Gurjar, as everybody is saying that he is very non-selective and all, but he was selective too in some cases. I mean, for example, he selected, I think, more than 3 or 4 times some B-Form students to do PhD or M-Form students to do PhD in an organic chemistry setup. Okay, so now I call upon one such guy who has done his PhD with Dr. Gurjar and Arindam Talukdar, who went on to become a good medicinal chemist, and he's right now in IICB. May.
Happy birthday, sir. No, ma'am. So, yeah, as Hota said, I was one of the odd men out in the group. So I think in 97 I joined this group, and I was very scared among all the MSc students how I am going to fare. And he took me, I remember he took me to Sharma, BVN Sharma and Adhikari, two of his best asset at that time. And he said to them, "Eh, kuch karo iska." So it was the journey at that time, and then at that time, Cytomed project came, and metoprolol synthesis I was involved in with the hydrolytic kinetic resolution, and then after a couple of months, the news came that sir is moving to NCL from IICT, and he told, give me to work with Sharma, and I was literally thinking that what I am going to do. Then before he moved, I think 4 or 5 months after, I went to sir, please give me my independent project to work on. But he was thinking that let him work with Sharma or Adhikari for some more time. And I was keep on insisting him. Then one day around 9:30 p.m. night, he came and gave me a structure of Klebsiella pneumonia bacteria cell wall with multi-mano structure. And okay, do this. And I was so scared because before that I knew that sugar is cubical in shape. So that was structure, sugar, manos. So it was kind of very scary for me. And he said to Adhikari, hey, help him out. And he left for NCL. And after 4 months, he came back to IICT, and I was avoiding him because there was no progress. And he said, Arinda, what are you doing? And I said, this thing I tried. Ultimately, nothing happened. He said, no, Baba, this is not going to work. You have to come to NCL. You have to come to NCL. Then he realized that I need to change the project also. Then he said, okay, you have worked on metoprolol hydrolytic kinetic resolution. Why don't you work on ASA CMI9 sensor? That oxygen is changed to nitrogen, one of the oxygen. And then we all moved to NCL. And so today morning, I was going through the corridor near 182 labs. So a lot of memories flashed through. Many anecdotes came to my mind while walking on the corridor. And one of the thing I remember is sir used to give me one silent treatment. So with me, Siddharth, we used to work, and he used to, if he used to, I think, scold Siddharth a lot, but never used to ask me. I used to think my progress is not moving. So that was very curious. And many times, like when someone is not performing well, you shout at them. But that silent treatment, I realized that it's more killing. So lot of time he used to give me silent treatment. And me and Sridhar, we joined almost same time. And Sridhar will tell, because sir used to tell Sridhar, hey, you are not going to get PhD. He'll say, अरे अरे तुमको कुछ नहीं बोलता है सर, मुझे हर समय डांटता है, क्या है तुम्हारा? So, and one thing that me and sir has a special connection of Nagpur. I grew up in Nagpur, and sir did his PhD with Professor Bhagwant, first PhD, and he was also my teacher. So I don't know, because we shared those things, and I was able to convey to him that how I am connected. So so that way, that leverage I used to get probably. And one thing is I learned from him is man management. So he used to recognize people who can take responsibility, and he used to delegate that. And I started learning to take responsibility other than my work, lab responsibility, by buying chemicals and other thing. And so Hota was telling about glycan editing. So I will tell that sir has edited number 9 in our gene. Okay, so even if today I go 1 minute late to the lab, 9 o'clock, I get scared. So that, like, because we had to come before 9 lab, like 9 you should be on the bench, working on the bench. So it was kind of editing he did in our gene number 9. So that we carry forward and try to pass on to my student and our next generation, that how discipline is very important in our life. And what this small difference, it doesn't matter if you come at 9:05, 9:10, but this small discipline, what makes you go forward, and that basic discipline we must inculcate. So this thing I learned to have a passion towards work and unending energy. Because when I saw him, I think I left 2003, and yesterday I saw him, that grace, that smile in his face, that passion, that non-ending energy, that is like unparalleled. And that gives us energy. Your energy we get from you. And I remember when I passed out and in my farewell, he told me that because my thesis has many components, he told me that your thesis is what, because in my thesis I had a heterocyclic part, CMI, as a CMI. Then I was finally able to synthesize that mannose, and of course with some help from Hota. I remember he helped me in the coupling steps and some amino acid. So he told me that you have a exposure in 3 different fields. That's a great thing to do. So that was kind of a very memorable thing. Almost 6 years I spent with him in IICT and most of the time in NCL. So it was very memorable thing, memorable. Still, it's like we carry that passion, the flame in our heart, and wish you a happy and healthy life ahead. And maybe in another 5 years, we'll meet again. Yeah.
Okay, after that from NCL, he moved to what is that? MCure. Okay, so where he switched from academics to industry. So let's see what his colleagues from MQ say about him. Yeah. Dr. Abhijit Chaudhary.
Hi, good afternoon all. So I am in a precarious position here because all these people who are students, they are all ex-students. They can say whatever they want to say about him, but Monday morning I'm going to meet him again. So there is not much I can do about that. My association with Dr. Gurjar is from 2015, and as I was walking towards this, Narendra told me that he joined MCure around 15 years back on this day. So like we are celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, I think around 25 years from now, when we're going to celebrate the 100th anniversary of our freedom, all of us would be retired and he would be hale and hearty still at MCure. So I'm not going to take a lot of time. I think we've said a lot of things about him. We've talked about his leadership skills. We've talked about the sharpness that he has. We've talked about the passion that he has for chemistry. One thing that I would like to point towards is I think he makes the workplace a lot of fun. Every day morning at 9 o'clock, we meet for our group meetings, and most of us tremble because of the amount of pressure that he puts in all of us, so that, under pressure, carbon is converted into diamond. But he doesn't realize most of us still stay as graphite. But the jokes that follow, the fun that follows is what we look forward to. I think all of us agree here that the value that he has added to the society, both via academia and industry, has been unsurmountable. In Amgen, if you enter the medchem department, there is a statement that states that the patient awaits. That's all it states. He realizes that, and that's the essence that he brings into work, that time is of essence. What we do every day matters a lot to that patient on the bed, and with the sharpness and the attitude that he has, he makes all of us deliver. So, sir, on behalf of MCure, we are really privileged to work with you. I regret not being part of your PhD group, not being part of the NCL. But I think, it's been an enjoyable journey, and I am sure you will outlive most of us. And the charm that he has glows our day every day. Thank you. Wish you a long.
Okay, as Dr. Ramarao has rightly said, that he created a lot of wealth to MCure as well as to himself. Okay, so in the process, I think he must have dealt with a lot of regulatory affairs and all. From MCure, there is who heads the regulatory affairs thing, Preeti Lord, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Um, First of all, it's an honor and a privilege to be here and to say a few words about Sir. I consider myself very small, a very small being to to talk about Sir. And I've not come prepared. I don't have my notes. And while I was told that I have to say a few words, I was trying to put things together. And most of you who came here have said those things. So I have not much left to say. But I'll try to put things together. And my association with Sir is about 15 years old. He might not have known me then because we have started working closely over the last 7-8 years. And when I saw Sir first in a meeting, it was like he was talking chemistry. Okay, I'm from a pharma background and I had never seen someone talk chemistry. And here there was Sir talking chemistry and I was left in absolute awe. And after that, there have been many meetings, many discussions. Sir has been a part of it. And his presence in the meeting makes a lot of difference. The problem solving, the energy that he brings to office, the positivity that he brings to office is unmatchable. So I don't have too many words. I'll just end it here, sir. And we wish you a very happy birthday. And we wish that you live a long and healthy life. You play a very important role in our lives. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so now this felicitation function and then septuagenarian life is going to start. What keeps the ball rolling is next day morning he has to do something, as somebody mentioned. So every day he plays tennis. So let's call Mahesh Kulkarni, who also plays with him almost every time. I don't know who wins, but that you can decide yourself. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm here representing all his tennis mates. Okay. At the outset, I would like to wish him a very happy birthday. So we all know that he is a very accomplished organic chemist and researcher, scientist, but many of you do not know about his tennis. He plays tennis very passionately and always make sure that he wants to win the match. Okay, that's the highlight of that. And most of the time we play doubles, and I end up being his partner. Okay, and many of my friends know that I play very casual and reckless. Okay, like his leadership qualities, he also executes here and make sure that he encourages and keeps me focused and play in a better way. Okay. And the other important thing is, despite we both have similar phenotypes, he's more agile, quick and alert. His services are very sharp and accurate. And he's also good in lobbing. He lobs and so that the ball always falls in the court. Apart from tennis, like whenever the moment he enters the tennis court, we have a dog. He makes sure that he feeds the dog and provides water. So he's a very kind and passionate. Somebody has already mentioned he's a great animal lover. And in addition, Dr. Gurjar has a great sense of timing and humor. He keeps on cracking witty jokes while playing and after during the break. And apart from that, as he likes partying, so he takes us to the restaurants for a dinner sometimes, and long drives in his cars, BMWs and so we enjoy that. So I hope he'll will continue to have more such fun-filled activities. And I don't want to take much time. I wish him again very happy birthday, good health, good time. Thank you.
Okay, now I call upon Dr. A.V. Ramarao and Mrs. Ramarao to come on to stage, please. Please come. Yeah, that's also, I think the camera can be set. Yes, sir. This will be done by Nagpur. I'll ask him to. ये वाला ड्रामा रहा सर ये दो लेके जाओ चलो उसके बाद ही ठीक है Run go. Even the moment reaches one design of this is. सभी का as you come forward we feel the momentum. Come.
Please, it's my pleasure. It takes 70 years. For me, I told already a very valuable colleague and also a good friend. And finally, a well-wisher. My wife and I had a long association with both of them. And also, the children were born in Hyderabad, and both of them have grown doing exceedingly. We wish once again Dr. Gurjar, Mrs. Gurjar, and the entire family the very best in life. And everything, whatever God can give, should be given to them and their family. On your behalf, I would like to take this occasion to felicitate Dr. Gurjar.
Okay, anyway, I request Dr. Vaishnav Lele to for the Maharashtra introduction.
Oh, it's a Maharashtra. Where?
So we can start some of them. Not that cross.
Yes, I request all the students for Dr. Gurjar to come forward.
स्ट्रीमिंग बंद केली की म्हणजे मी काढतो कंटिन्यू घेऊ का मी
He's always Don't say like that. Very careful.
May I call upon a bank and some same words and nicknames coming and all that. A bit quickly. Yeah, you can go ahead and then stand on top. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. We talk, no? Yeah. Thanks. Like the foreign.
Got it? Yeah, thank you very much. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers of this event. And it was a splendid event. I'm 70 years old now. I remember I started my research, when I was 21. So in these 49 years, I have been doing nothing but only organic chemistry. I asked my intellectual property department just to know, what kind of publication and what kind of patents I have, because all these things possible because of the research scholars and mentors I have. So till yesterday, we have published, my group, 270 papers and 183 patents. So all these things I dedicate to all my research scholars and my colleagues, because of them, it was possible to achieve this kind of achievement. I was very fortunate to have started my career in carbohydrate chemistry in the King's College, London. And at that time, my friend Sashi Furnace, accidentally found out that some of these chlorinated sugars are sweet. And we started making so many of them. And eventually, of course, the sucralose came as a blockbuster sweetener in the sun. And then I spent about 2 years in Toronto to learn how you make the oligosaccharide. It was very important, to know the protecting group, little protecting groups, and alpha saccharide, beta saccharide. So all these things was very important. When I came back, I started working on these topics, and I joined, Dr. Ramarao's group, in NCL in 1982. So we were doing well, publications and PhD students. Then he took me, Yadav, and Deshmukh to IICT, as he's mentioned. And the four of us, started working. And we were considered as the force to reckon with. We did a lot of work. So this was going on well. But some event happened, in my life that changed my philosophy towards research. And I have not told, I think this can to even Ramara also. There was a program called Doordarshan Breakfast Program, used to be there in 80s. And I was invited as a guest in one of these programs on one of these days. And in that studio you have the anchor Dougal, and then you have a puppet, and then some newscasters. All these things was going on. So at the end of the program, he asked, what are the new things which you are doing it? And I mentioned that, AIDS, the one, which is going to be a problem for the country. That was happened in 88. And I said, we made some azido, or zorovidin, that is AZT, as a part of the basic program, because it contains carbohydrate. That's it. It's over. So after 6 months, I got a call from security officer, Mr. Sharma, Major Sharma, and he says there is an old man and there is a middle class woman and a small baby want to see me, and particularly in his office. So I went. So what happened? This old man narrated a story which was very interesting, that she's my daughter. She married a person, and that fellow was in Nigeria later on, and he was not feeling well. So they deported him back to India, and they took him to All India Institute of Medical Sciences to a doctor, and they found out that he was suffering from AIDS, and he died in a few days' time. The doctor says, you must test your daughter as well as your granddaughter, that baby, where they are also contracted the HIV virus. And it found out that they did. And he said there is no drug. But I heard a program on Doordarshan that there is one fellow in IIT Hyderabad who has got AZT. So you can go and get it from him. I said, I can't give, because this is not a pharma lab. And this is, a lot of persuasion. They were, asking me for this product, and I was denying it. So after half an hour, they left. Then I came back, I thought, this is what kind of science I should be doing, only publications, PhD students, that's it. Then I realized that, we should do science and try to see whether there is any application. So I started taking, Ramarao didn't realize it, I started taking a lot of interest in the project which was given to IICT. And that was a turning point. So I thought, we'll do both basic sciences as well as applied sciences. And, when I came to NCL, I visited several companies in Bombay, and I don't know what they saw in me, but I got a lot of funding from at time about 10 companies, and then we did all this work. So based on my contributions to CIPLA, I think Dr. Hamid asked me to be a member of the board of directors, and later on Mr. Satish Mehta also asked me to be on the board of MCure. And Satish Mehta came to my office and he says that we want to start the API vertical, because this was only a formulation company, MCure. And they wanted to do something different. And it so happened that a year ago, I was a guest of Chris Senanaike, who was in Sepracor, and he was doing the, identifying the racemic drugs and how to make it into a single isomer, see the activities in which isomer, and then you can introduce that product, which will be much purer than the racemate. So I told the same thing to Mr. Satish Mehta, and he liked it. And we first started working on amlodipine, and amlodipine turned out to be a blockbuster drug for the company. We separated R and S and found out that S-amlodipine has got 100% activity, R has no activity whatsoever. The issue was that if you take a racemic mixture, then you get peripheral edema. And then we found out that R isomer gives the peripheral edema. There is swelling of this one. And that, most of the girls like to wear this, mini skirts, and you get swollen leg, it won't look good, So therefore, because of that, most of the ladies shifted from racemic amlodipine to chiral amlodipine, And at one time, we were selling this product in 33 countries. So this was a success story. We made so many of those chiral compounds, 13 of them, that is called chiral switches. And, later on, it became a history that we became a chiral chemistry lab. Having done that, there was another issue which the company was facing is about the iron products, The products, iron products which are used for anemia, they have always a problem because there is no structure. They call it as a non-biological complex generics. There is no structure, it's an aggregate. And if you look at the RLD, that innovator sample, and you have to make your sample, there are 22 characterization which you had to do, Moss-Boyer and magnetic susceptibility, TEMS, and all those things, And we were quite successful in doing all those 22 steps, and we put this particular product in market that is called ferric carboxy maltose. This is today a 240 crore business for us, So this is the area which we really inculcated, and we have started this program called 12 by 12 in Bihar. Any girl who is 12 years old should have a hemoglobin of 12. If it is not there, we give the free samples. Then we started working on polymers because something new. And there is a product called sevelamer hydrochloride and sevelamer carbonate. These are the polymers of polyelamine linked with epichlorohydrin. And this cross coupling is very critical. You have to have the value of 18 to 20. And all these guys who are working with me at this point of time in NCL, they did a marvelous job. And we made some of these polymers. These are used for removing the phosphate. When you do the dialysis, there are a lot of phosphate formed in your body. And this is the one, these are the drugs, 3 drugs, which take out the phosphate, And of course, later on, we started working on complex structures like eribulin as a cancer, for cancer chemotherapy. Eribulin is a very difficult molecule. I think the most complex anti-cancer compound ever known. And we are very happy to say that our guys, we were the first generic after the ESI to develop this product and put it in the market, So these are the things, which are, started doing it. And I learned from Dr. Ramarao that think big. Doesn't matter whether you know how to start it or not. So these are the big molecules which we are doing at this point of time. And the important drug which we had just recently introduced about a year ago is called dydrogesterone. This is a drug which is given for threatened miscarriage. And this is a steroid molecule. If you look at the structure, it is very close to progesterone, except that the methyl group at C10 and then hydrogen at C9, they have got a reverse stereochemistry. And it's, that that steroid has no functional groups. It's very difficult to do this kind of transformation. So we used, I think Ganesh Pandey should know that we use this photochemical reaction to do the retrodeal solder to open the ring B, and then we at a particular wavelength, and then we use another proton bombardment reaction at a different wavelength to close it back. And when it closes it back, there is a reverse of stereochemistry at C9 and C10. And this is the way we make about 400 kilos and another 500 kilos of facilities being constructed at this point of time. So what I wanted to say at the end, that 15, 20 years ago, there used to be molecules like flat molecules. And you can make those molecules in 4 or 5 steps. But the dosage level of those drugs were very high. For example, ibuprofen was 500 milligram, metformin was 1 gram, and even some of this cancer like Taxol is about 170 milligram vial. But if you see it in last 5 years, the flatness of the molecules are gone. But what we are getting is a 3-dimensional structures, and the synthesis has become very complex. Most of the drugs, which you see, and we make it, for example, 20, 25 step synthesis like that, in the company. Like, for example, atosiban, 22 steps, triptostinil, 18 steps, eribulin, 22 steps. So these are the things which are going on. But if you were going to look at the manufacturing ability, we are using the process which are 20 years ago and making a very complex molecules today. So if you look at eribulin, it takes about 2.5 to 3 months to make a batch of 9 grams, for us. So we have to change, And I was reading an article that if you are going to do the classical batch processes in future, I think, there is no future for this kind of companies. So batch processes are going to be forbidden. And what he has written in that, either you have it? Got small. So what he has suggested, is very interesting. Anyway, whatever I remember, I tell. So in future, the synthesis or the manufacturing will be done by 4 or 5 particular areas and methodologies or manufacturing and engineering. First thing, of course, Amol told that, you have to use the flow chemistry. And flow chemistry is the one which most of the companies are doing it. And in abroad, I think there are a lot of steps being taken that all the manufacturing steps will be done by flow chemistry. We have also have a small unit in our company, MQR, and we have started working on flow chemistry. And I'll tell you only 2 examples. One is about a molecule called doravirine. In doravirine, there is a very complex reaction using N-butyl-lithium, where you do the addition of an anion on a very complex structure with a lot of fluorine atoms in between. So it was very difficult. It takes about 20, 25 steps to get, 30, 40, 50% yield. But when we did the flow chemistry, this reaction, actually happened in 12 seconds, from 22 hours to 12 seconds, and only one product is formed. So this is the power of flow chemistry we shall see. There is another molecule called dolutegravir, where you have to remove the methyl group at the end of the structure. And there are so many functional groups are there. You can't use alkalis, you cannot use very acid because the molecule breaks down. And so you do the reaction with ammonium hydroxide, keep it for 15 days, it slowly goes, So the same reaction, our colleagues had done in flow chemistry unit, and it happens in 5 minutes. So you can see that these are the things which are going to happen in future. So this is for the young people, that do this kind of science, which will help the industry as well as yourself also. There is another one is a microwave chemistry. All these know that is a very powerful method, but unfortunately, it has not been able to do it on large scale because of the safety reasons. So once you come up with safety problems in microwave irradiation reaction, I think there is a tremendous amount of opportunity to do reaction quite fast. The third one we recently there is an article in Chemical Engineering News, is called mechanosynthesis. What you do is that you take 2 solids, you don't have to have any solution. You take 2 solids and put it in the ball milling, and you ask these 2 balls to react, to friction against each other, and the kind of energy you generate is given to the molecules and they react. And this is a very powerful reaction for making amide formation, So this is a lot of work is going on. And there is an article in Chemical Engineering I just mentioned, you should read it. And this is the area which we have to do it, There is another one is called iso. I don't know that some word is there. It's called, it's a heating, it's a heating. So you take a coil and you put molecule in between the coil. So there is no convection heating. It is a heating on a particular molecule, and you see that if you heat the molecule as such, it behaves very differently. Then you get the energy from one molecule to the other, that conventional method. So this is also the area. The third one, final one, which of course Abhijit is very fond of working, is artificial intelligence and machine learning. We have just started learning about it. And this is the area which is very good for manufacturing, because what it does is that, your computer will take a decision on its own, irrespective of the fact that you are not given this kind of what do you call it? What do you call that? Yeah. So this is the area which is coming up, and I just wanted to say a few things like that for whatever we are doing and what is going to be the future of manufacturing. So I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Ramarao for coming over here and gracing the occasion, as well as Mrs. Ramarao, and of course Natu and Professor Mari and Director Ashish Lele for sitting here all the time, although it was all organic chemistry. So I thank the organizers for arranging this event, and all my research scholars who have come here. So somebody asked me, what what are they doing? I mean, what do you think about your research scholars? And I remember a small joke which I'll tell and finish. Uh, olden days, there used to be these cowboys. They will go from one town to the other town on their horses. So one fellow was going and he saw there was a board that you pay $25 and you will get your PhD. So he goes in, he pays $25 and he gets his certificate of PhD. And then he comes out and about to ride the horse. So he says, why not my horse will have a PhD? So he goes inside and he says, this is another $25. Give PhD to my horse. He said, sorry, we give it to asses only. Thank you very much.
Well, dreaming to reality for the mankind in the form of drugs. Really, you justified, sir. You are a successful man in this area, and we feel proud for you. So now this is the time for vote of thanks. So on behalf of the organizing committee, I feel fortunate enough to propose vote of thanks. We are really I like to express our deep sense of gratitude to Dr. Ashish Lele, Director NCL, for permitting us to organize this program in this historical campus and sharing his valuable time for gracing this occasion in spite of his busy schedule. Thank you, sir. We never forget this kind of gesture. We are very happy and grateful to our speakers, Padma Bhushan, Padma Shri Dr. A.B. Ramarao, the iconic organic chemist, for his elaborating space presentation, starting from glucosamine to very, very complex natural products. And I like to give thanks Dr. Ganesh Pandey, who is a well-known photochemist and who has contributed a lot for making various complex natural products. And in his presentation today, we learned to start from the methodology to natural product and towards the drug synthesis. And finally, I like to give thanks Dr. Huta for his humorous and very interesting way of presentation and how to stitch the molecules to make the polysaccharides in very beautiful manner. Thank you, sir, for your very funny presentation, funny and humorous presentation. And also, I like to, we are thankful, also thankful to the students, close associates of Dr. Gurjar, participants, media for their presence. Thanks for technical and non-technical staffs of CSIR-NCL for their support to conduct the program smoothly. Thanks to all the people who are directly or indirectly helped to make this program successful and memorable. Thanks to DSIR, sorry, DIRC to make this event successful. I am sorry, I have forgotten what it, and HLS. As we all feel hungry, I would like to conclude at this stage, expressing my sincere feelings of gratitude, and would like to take your leave and request all of you to join for launch arranged in NCL. Thank you all for your kind attention. Thanks.